Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Heavy rains across Kenya have caused deadly mudslides in Tharaka Nithi, Elgeyo Marakwet and Kiambu counties. At least 18 people have died and several families have been forced to leave their homes. The National Police Service says the situation remains dangerous as the heavy rains continue. Emergency teams are on the ground carrying out rescue operations, moving people from risky areas and providing relief supplies. I will not seek re-election under the United Democratic Alliance, says Murang'a Governor Irungu Kang'ata. Kang'ata, speaking during a briefing yesterday, attributed the unprecedented decision to several factors, including what he described as a state of political intolerance in the country and the emergence of differences within UDA. The governor said he will announce his next political move in due time.
Therefore, my responsibility is to adhere to what people have told me, and in light of that, and because I've tried my best to have these issues resolved internally, I have had a candid discussion with His Excellency the President, one-on-one, where we shared these ideas, but we did not reach what we call full convergence. I have no doubt to say that after careful reflection, I wish to state that come 2027, I will not defend my seat on the current party ticket.
Mining Cabinet Secretary Hassan Joho says Orange Democratic Movement remains united and focused on winning power either on its own or through coalitions. Speaking at a leaders' retreat in Mombasa, he urged members to stay disciplined, avoid complacency, and committed to the party's goals, stressing that every 5-year term is crucial.
We've lived it, my friend. Iyo yote, for the 20 years that we've served this party, we have lived it. We have seen it. We have witnessed it. We have. But you can never recreate ODM. ODM is one. ODM is solid. ODM is strong. And ODM is looking for power. And ODM shall get power. ODM shall get power through whatever means.
3 people have died after suspected hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship sailing in the Atlantic Ocean, the World Health Organization has told the BBC. The case of hantavirus has been confirmed, with 5 more suspected cases under investigation, it said. 1 British national is reportedly in intensive care. The outbreak was reported abroad. The MV Hondius cruise ship, which was traveling from Argentina to Cape Verde. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungana Movie, The People's Breakfast. Nikonai City Muga. City, how was your weekend?
Good.
It was good? Are you sure? You don't sound like it was good. What was it? Let me ask you again. City, how was your weekend?
Well, Paul,
yes.
That you asked, unataka hiyo, ndio?
Hey. Alafu ukaribisha microphone. Nataka niambie, mwacha nikwambie, Friday venye siku come job, hiyo siku Sunday nilikuanga free, nikaenda nikaona sijui nini wapi.
I actually slept most of it.
Yeah.
Friday?
Yes.
I slept.
You know, on Thursday before I went to bed, I switched off my alarm. But I still woke up at 4.
Oh no, you will wake up. You see, for me, I woke up at the usual time.
Yes.
I went through the routine I normally go through.
Okay.
It hasn't quite sunk. I'm not going to work.
Right.
And around 5, I asked myself,
what am I doing?
Bed.
My natural clock woke me up. And I was like, damn it, what's wrong with you? Haujili already cousining. Stared at the ceiling and the wall for like 30 or so minutes. And then I knocked myself out. But it was one of those intermittent sleeps where you're in and out because your body keeps on waking you up like, umechelewa. So it was very traumatic, actually.
I, unfortunately, don't suffer from such trauma. I have a gift.
Ukienda umeenda.
I can sleep at will.
Oh, at will?
Yes, and I can also wake up at will. There's no clock which wakes me up. If I determine in my head I'm waking up at a certain time,
yes,
utakuta half an hour to that time, quarter to that time, 10 minutes past that time, I'm awake.
And then this morning, obviously my alarm went off.
And your body said no.
Bwana hiyo mwili ukiniambia buda hizi ni gani, unaenda wapi wewe, make up your mind, unalala ama unaenda job. I was like, but guys, leo ni Monday. The body was like, no, but make up your mind. Friday ukuenda, leo ni Monday, unaenda wapi? Yeah, so I had that. I had to snooze my clock, like my alarm, like 3 times. Then eventually woke up. And then here we are. So clearly, I am not that kind of person who needs a break in between the week. Tukienda tunaenda. Leo ni 4th of May 2026, lakini back in history this is what happened. In 1904, what was happening in Kenya? Tulikuwa tunamalizia hii kitu inaitwa railways, Kenya Uganda Railway.
Yeah, ilikuwa imefika Port Florence.
Okay.
I think was the new, but also
yes,
around that same period of time, the Germans were in Namibia.
Yes.
It was the year after that.
Right, 1905.
Yes. There are 2 ethnic groups in Namibia who were almost decimated to a child.
Yes.
They killed them. The Herero and the Hama.
The Herero and the Hama.
It was a genocide. So hizi story nyingi unasikiaga Germany walifanya nini? The atrocities that the world got to know of early the beginning of the 20th century.
Yeah.
The Germans walikuwa mstari wa mbele.
Okay.
But if you look at their history from the time there were many states and then they were unified by Otto von Bismarck. Jamaa mazee walikuwa mazoea kuana. Saxony, mara
Vikings.
Nini unakuta people talk about fighting for decades, millennia. Europe.
Yeah.
So it was a traumatic period of time.
Hautaisikia upuzi Afrika. Atio sijui the Kambas fighting I'm sure they were the kawaida raids.
Yes, but these prolonged things.
But those raids were for sport. Zingine zilikuanga za umeona kale kademu kwa hivyo.
Rites of passage.
Mnaenda huko mnachukua akina Njeri wanakuja huku wanakuwa mabibi kidogo pia akina Kamau wanakaa huku wanaona kumbe kuna kaleche, wanakuja wanachukua kaleche and life goes on. Yeah, that was the only problem we had back in the day. Lakini hawa entire people literally became extinct because of that fighting.
You need to understand something, Paul. When you find a community of people spend a lot of time and energy in crafting weapons for killing each other. The bow and arrow was not good enough. Sword not good enough. They kept evolving until they got the revolver.
Yeah.
This revolver, the capin ball, one shot, Jumaru tumie nini.
Gunpowder.
They kept improving that particular instrument until they found a gun.
And now they are at the atomic bomb.
Yes. Lakini gun. So you 12 rounds.
Yes.
45 bwana.
I'm telling
then
you.
semi-automatic.
Right.
Then automatic. You just press something and you point.
No, unaiacha inaendelea na kazi.
Kwanza
Kwanza saizi inatafuta targets zenyewe tu.
Yes, yes. So you must understand the mind of people who go to that great length to kill other people.
Right.
So the weapons are not to shoot leaves.
Yes.
No. They are to kill people. The ultimate purpose. You start off with chariots, then wagons. Then you realize to
kumbe.
Gothenburg anakuja na to engine. Jamaa anasema this can be on wheels.
Right.
Tank. They keep improving. Then they realize, no, we can't kill people effectively if we don't know where they are. Somebody comes with an idea of a satellite. It's communication. Yes, it is.
Yes.
Then
Kidogo.
umeweaponize. Sasa hiyo kitu ni ka photograph kanachukuliwa juu bro, they can tell what you are doing
when
you are.
They can even tell when you're in the toilet.
They can tell and look at a grain of wheat and know this year this yield is going to be bad, and this is not in 2020. No, this was in the 1970s.
Imagine.
So what do you think they can do now?
Right now, we know the capability. The fact that we are even in space. America now wants to create something called a space force. We have intercontinental ballistic missiles that literally go into space, then come down on Earth.
See, waulize Superman anajua hizo vitu. So muulize.
Clark Kent, eh? Yeah. In 1904, the Panama Canal construction began. This is by the United States of America. And then in 1927, Academy Foundation, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, which presents the Oscars, is founded. We had our own version of the Oscars over the weekend. President Ruto attended the Kalasha Awards, and then he said that he first of all alitoa pole kwa msichana wake. Alimuita nani? Kipchirchir, alita Chepchirchir, alita. There's a daughter. Anyway, he said that one of his children, the daughter, wanted to do film and theater arts, lakini end up akimwambia pana, that thing will not work. So she ended up doing interior design, but he says that ange wish amwache aendelee naye na acting, na sasa labda angekuanga huko na kina Lupita Nyong'o. In 1942 also the Second World War rationing began.
Hiyo kitu Best Actor Award was won by a gentleman called John C.B. Okumu.
Our guest that we hosted a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, remember that movie acted in Cash Money? Nakumbuka ile Cash Money.
Ndio hiyo sasa. So it won an award and he won Best Actor.
Best Actor.
Good for him. Yeah.
Congratulations to him.
Hongera John C.B. Okumu.
Yes.
In World War II, 1942, food rationing begins in the United States of America. This war was crazy, eh? This war called the World War II, the Second World War. Methali zetu za wiki hii zatoka wapi?
Tunatoka nchi takatifu.
Takatifu gani?
Tunatoka katika mji wa Gabon.
Gabon. Alright, tupeleke Gabon.
Gabon bwana.
Gabonese wansemaje?
Gabon is in the region we refer to as the Kubelt.
Huko mahali watu wanashinda wakichukua usukani cha lazima.
Yes. It cuts across West Africa, Central Africa,
right,
and the Sahel. And this is a region where coup d'etat are
coup d'etat.
Yes, they are most prevalent. Okay? It spans from Guinea, si Papua New Guinea,
Bissau.
Huko, na kuna Guinea, kuna Guinea Bissau, na kuna Equatorial Guinea.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Tofauti zote. To Sudan, okay?
All right.
Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Gabon, okay? These are military dissatisfactions with the government. Problem is, the dissatisfaction usually is another military government.
Yeah. From one military to the other one.
Yes, and usually it's the younger officers who decide they're tired of these general types. But the state of the economy of these countries can easily justify the coups that we see, okay? And usually many of the people who take over don't have a very clear strategy for supporting the economy. And then there's another enemy that these regions have, terrorism. It is considered religious, but it's just terrorism.
Okay.
Religious
extremism.
It's terrorism.
Okay.
The religious extremism is story. What is the religious extremity to you is somebody's religious normalcy.
Okay.
So hiyo story ni hakuna. Alright? Kuna jamaa anaitwa
Bongo. Alibongo ama mwingine?
Huyo tu baba. Bongo na si kanda bongo ma. Na lazima watu wajue sio mambo.
Distinction umefanya.
Okay. Unajua capital city yake?
Ya Gabon?
Inaitwa?
Sini Gaborone.
Jaribu tena.
Wacha nisidanganyane sijui.
Inaitwa Libreville.
Libreville. Yato ngenipatia siku 7.
No, hata mimi kabla sijafanya uchunguzi na nini
bila Google nisingekuambia.
Mimi if I had never done work on this thing I would not have known, okay?
All right, so Libreville.
But the family of Bongo, Bongo has ruled this country for 56 years.
Bongo Ali Bongo, right?
Sasa kijana wake alichukua. Watakwambia kijana wake
kanyaga kubwa.
Anacheza na sisi. Okay, proverb.
Okay.
I'll tell you more about the country of Gabon in the course of the week, right? A fool looks for dung where the cow never browsed.
A fool looks for dung where the cow never browsed.
Yes, cow haja browse hapo.
Lakini wewe uko pale unatafuta kinyesi cha ng'ombe.
Na bwana, kinyesi yatokana na chakula. Browsing ya mnyama ndio kula, sio?
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Kama hajawahi kula.
Surely.
Hapo.
Pale ataachilia kinyesi vipi?
Itatoka wapi?
Na kupata. Yes. Ni kama wale watu wanatafutanga kitu mahali ambapo hakiko. Okay.
That is the point.
Right. Watu walibongo hao wako na ubongo. Napenda ubongo wao. Labda ndio maana hata rais wao alikuwa anajulikana kama bongo. Sababu wanatumia ubongo sana. Nawapenda. Napenda watu wa Lakini Gaborone ni wapi kule? Wacha tutafanya Google.
I know Gaborone is. I want you to tell me where you think it is.
I'll need to Google for me to tell you.
No, take your time.
Yeah.
Take your time.
As I take my time, big shout out to one DJ. Hii imeenda wapi tena? Na nilijua tu. DJ Hank amesema good morning Team RG, I wish you a good day. David Mangera, kidogo ndani ni David Maraga. Nilikuwa nimefurahi ni aje.
David Maraga ni yule jamaa.
David Mangera amesema good morning RG, movie it happens especially on Mondays. Yes. Hiyo story ya kuamka alafu unajipata manzeto hujaamka. Haya.
One is couple of Botswana, bro.
Botswana
Usipeleke mbali sana.
Okay, thank you so much for that one. Asante City kwa kutusaidia kujua wapi Gaborone kule. Alafu that is David Magera, thank you so much. My Take 2.0 amesema I hope mko poa, pia mimi niko poa tena sana. Kwanza when I saw the self-imposed party leader of birds and trees activist Orengo being kicked out of a capital city of Luoland, I was so happy. My Take doesn't like Orengo, does he?
My Take nafikiri anatoka Siaya.
Anatoka Siaya?
I think so. And plus,
yes,
he's been a follower of James Orengo.
Right.
And his politics for a long time.
Yes.
What you are hearing is an immense dissatisfaction. And that only
disappointment.
Yes, that also arises from expectation.
Okay.
Because James Orengo, whether you like it or not, the governor, James Orengo, His Excellency, was a very promising politician in many ways.
Right.
So this is one of those people who I think wait and realize, you know this guy? We're waiting for nothing. This guy's not going to bring about change. Yes.
All right. I mean, it is what it is.
You know, they blame Orengo for this roundabout he keeps talking about. Rasanga was a governor of Siaya for 10 years.
Yes.
Why didn't he fix it?
Okay.
You know, that's one town you can pass without realizing you've passed it. I'm not being facetious.
Siaya.
Unapita unaweza na Siaya nilikuwa nasikia iko wapi? Watu umepita.
It's that insignificant in terms it's not conspicuous.
No, there's nothing remarkable about it. No.
Okay.
There's nothing remarkable about it. There are smaller towns, like Luanda, for instance. When you pass Luanda, okay?
Utajua umepita Luanda.
Utajua bwana.
I've been to Luanda.
Year in, year out, wanauza boiled peanuts.
Boiled.
But it's tasty. Like boiled in salty water.
And now I'm used to the roasted ones and the fried ones.
Yes, sasa ini boiled. It's very nice.
Okay.
Then mahindi boiled, nandizi. You will know you are in Luanda. It is busy.
Okay.
Small town. But you will know you have passed Luanda.
Okay. Job Call amesema za asubuhi wakubwa, kwa nini wabunge wetu ikifika mshahara wao wanafanya haraka upesi, lakini ya walimu, madaktari, quality education kwa watoto, hii ni quality not quality but ameandika quality.
Hiyo ni spell check. Hii machine ileta shida.
Quality education kwa watoto ni lawama kwa serikali, lakini legislatures sio serikali. Ama legislator sio serikali. Job Caller, it's something we've discussed here over and over again. So it's one of those we would term it as a phenomena.
Actually no. No, it's the insensitivity of our legislators.
Right.
They'll find reasons and excuses to justify what they do. The real decision-making process and the change-making decisions that would make the education sector what it's about, what it's supposed to be,
yes,
that would focus the education sector on the present and the future, so that the quality of education that is being provided is nestled on the quality of teachers who are there,
yes,
the adequate remuneration for the services that they offer, and equipping the ecosystem of learning with the best possible resources, so that those who are in it grow to become excellent citizens, better citizens than the current ones, simply because of what we have used to facilitate their future. But that is not the case, is it?
It's not.
Yes.
Aya, Marit amesema, good morning kings and queens. We give thanks to the Most High. Have a good one. Farm Kitengela iko locked in. Alafu Kagema Mudhambi amesema, morning gents. The weekend was just one of many spikes left in floods. Right ni Dr. Kunyuria, north ni watu kuleft UDA, south ni retired president kuambiwa asiongea siasa as if he stops being Kenyan. Yani Kenya is a soap opera with a bad script writing. Anyway, happy new week gentlemen. Sawa. I agree with you, Mr. Kagema.
But why the focus on what the former president should do or not do?
The fourth president of Kenya.
Yes, I mean, what is this thing? Clearly it's touching a nerve because people are going apocalyptic about this.
Yes.
Oh, they hate it. Yeah. What did he do?
They're even threatening to withdraw his what is that called? These benefits. Hii mshahara pension yake anapatanga.
That's being petty.
I also find it very petty.
It's being petty.
If anything, the guy is a party leader of a party called Jubilee, so he will do politics. And
of course he will do politics.
Yes, and then
he's a politician.
That's the point. He's also a politician. Even doctors, they can retire, yes, but once in a while they'll be called in for
consult.
They'll be called in for consultations.
Yes.
Ataulizwa kuna wakati ulitreat kitu kama hii. How did you do it? And they tell you this is what I did.
In our institutions of higher learning, you retire, then they contract you. Why? They feel you have something to contribute.
Exactly.
Why are the people who don't want the immediate former president to speak? What is it that he's saying or doing that you find seriously thorny? Because it inadunga mahali. Is pinching.
Kuna mtu mahali anaumizwa.
Yes, what is it?
Unajua even people divorce, but once in a while you're called in for consultation.
Yes.
Yeah, unaulizwa.
Especially it involves money.
Yeah. Unapigiwa simu. Sasa nimesota, unaona aje? Na unafanya kile unafaa kufanya.
Yes.
Unamwambia kuja hapa kwa nyumba yangu nikupatie hiyo pesa.
Yes.
M-Pesa hazifanyi kazi, kumefungwa maduka. It is now time for us to check out radiogeneration.co.ke. I will not seek re-election under UDA ticket, declares Kangata. All right, so here it is. In a sharp turn of events in Kenya's political landscape, the Murang'a governor Irungu Kangata has stated that he will not seek re-election under United Democratic Alliance in the 2027 polls. I'm sure majority of us have seen this particular story. If you haven't, well, yesterday, Governor Kangata called a press conference. He was somewhere with some kids walikuwa wanamchezesha hapo hivyo. Kwanza kuna mmoja alikuja ka grab microphone akiongea. Long story short,
that is those are our children.
Yeah. What his children? Or
no, I'm saying that's how children behave.
So now, long story short, Governor Kangata said that he has no problem with the president. He has a few issues with how the Kenya Kwanza government is being run, and of course some of the promises that were promised and have not been delivered. But he said that's not really a big deal. The big part of this decision is because the people of Murang'a are no longer
in UDA.
Yeah, so akasema, guys, I would be lying if I start creating stories and lying to you that because of this. No. The people are not with UDA,
and I want to vie.
And I belong to the people, so the people have told me to seek re-election on a different ticket that isn't UDA. So yesterday he went on to TV, had a conversation with Jeff Koinange, and Jeff akamuuliza, are you a coward? I found that funny. So Kangata was like, coward, why? Look, guys, stop overthinking. The people of Murang'a have told me this is not the direction, and I've listened to those people. Period. I am elected by people. I don't choose myself. I don't elect myself. Stop overthinking. Sijakosana na president. As a matter of fact, we talk. Even if he comes to Murang'a County, as the governor of Murang'a County, I will accord him the protocol he deserves. But beyond that, my friends, I am not in UDA.
Well done, Kangata.
watu wachanga story mingi.
No, that is correct. He has made a stand.
Umse ako na akili mingi.
Yes.
Watu wengine wakitoka wanaanzanga kelele kidogo
unatukana mtu kwa pale, unajua kuna barua, tulienda
you start calling people names, start saying that my security has been withdrawn.
Sisi hatukuwa na nyinyi mlipokuwa mnakubaliana.
Yes.
Ukiamua kutoka, brother ni sawa.
He even said that he called the president and they had a conversation and they came to understanding.
Alimwambia bro, hii kitu UDA ni chama mzuri, lakini hapa haiendi popote.
Watu hawako hapa.
So please naomba msamaha.
And if the president is a understanding man like we have been told over and over by people, he will be like, okay, tell me what we need to improve. As much as you're leaving, let's see where we can improve. And we can also still continue working together. Because now that we are on different sides of the political divide doesn't mean that we don't work for the people, right? Police intercept bus carrying live ammunition along Thika Garissa highway. Multi-agency security team manning a roadblock at Kanyonyo along the Thika Garissa highway has intercepted a passenger bus carrying a cache of live ammunition and suspected government stores during a routine inspection in what authorities say could have been a serious security breach. According to the DCI, the bus registration number KCW208A, or is it Kilo Charlie Whiskey
Tango
208 Alpha, belonging, even ndivyo watakuwa wanasema belonging to Baska Sacco, was traveling from Lamu to Nairobi when it was flagged down for checks. Officers say that what began as a standard search quickly escalated after they discovered a suspicious blue metallic box in the vehicle's boot. Nani ameiba? Because hizi ni ammunition zimetoka mahali kwa barracks. Hizi zimetoka kwa barracks. Hizi hata hazijatoka kwa police station. Hizi ni za barracks. Na mkifuatilia sana vizuri tena DCI wakitupatia the full story, watatuambia zimetoka either huko kwa Navy, sana ni kwa Navy because huko si Lamu.
Not necessarily. Ask yourself, do we have army barracks in that region?
We must have.
Yes, we do.
I'm sure we have.
Yes. Kama kunako, then you can understand.
Because hakuna mtu atatoka tu na this cash kutoka mahali kama nini, kama police station hivi.
Police station, no, amari ya police station, tubunduki tingine tuji3 zile za kupiga ndovu, na zingine which actually belong to in a museum.
This is very alarming. This is very alarming.
No, it is not. This is one of the few cases where, I explained to you why I'm saying it's not alarming.
Okay.
It's one of the few cases that has been reported. Do we know of the number?
Of other cases, yes.
Yes.
Nakumbuka, there's a journalist who did some expose. It's a lady, and she's now in the US, I believe. Man, Edna uliniambia that journalist, nimesahau jina yake, but that lady did expose how ammunition and guns are hired by, or rather by cops out. They are hired out by cops to criminal elements from easy barracks ziko hapa, si barracks, police station iko hapa
Langata,
not Langata, ukienda na Allsops after National Youth Service, GSU.
Unataka GSU? That's an entire
Purity Mwambia, yes. Santi sana, Madam Producer many text. Yes, Purity Mwambia did an expose of sorts, and man, that thing was chilling. She even went and procured a gun through those illicit processes.
Yuko US?
Saizi yako US.
Inabidi. Vitu kama hizo.
Alienda kabisa.
Unaenda mpaka utakusahau.
No, alienda. Na I don't think atarudi. Sana. And there's a time in 2023 she was trending because they were saying that she's been abandoned in the US. She's currently suffering and so on and so forth. We really never got the full story on that one. But man, that was a crazy story. If you guys can find that documentary it's somewhere on YouTube, I'm sure. That thing is chilling. Alienda mpaka akapata bunduki venye makarao wanazipeana, anazihaya sijui for how much money. Ukitaka ikiwa na risasi unatoa X amount, ukitaka tu the gun itself without the X amount of money. If you just want the bullets because you already have your own gun, there's an amount that you give. That thing was cray. after that Purity Mwambia alitoka akaenda kabisa.
For that to have worked,
Yeah,
somebody who is in that system ndiye alimwelekeza.
yeah.
You can't wake up in the morning and out of your own volition you start following this thing, because you're talking and dealing with people whose job it is to detect.
Yeah.
So they'll see you coming a mile off.
Right.
You make these things possible when there's somebody in the system who has said, let me show you how this thing is done. For whatever reason, they show you. You're almost more or less handheld.
Yeah.
Itunafanya namna hii, itunafanya namna hii, itunafanya namna hii. And if there's a disagreement among those particular individuals,
Yes.
the names will be mentioned. That tells you now they've decided Nimbaya. We say kama Nimbaya mbaya. Okay, now we're concluding Nimbaya.
This is crazy, man. Journalist Purity Mwambia stranded in the United States after exposing police corruption. This is a story by a website, livenowafrica.com. Go check it out. Purity Mwambia, I hope wherever she is, she's safe. Na pia kama anataka usaidizi bwana, aseme asiumie peke yake tu kwa hivyo, si ndio? Haya, sawa sawa. Tuone kama Wakenya wanakuanga wazuri sana, wanaingianga wanakujanga in your time of need.
Oh, I'm sure she's been assisted.
Because I heard she was stranded and I was like, we have a government, we have a Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Hao ndio hii ni serikali. That expose touches the government.
Yeah.
There are enough Kenyans who are citizens of the US
who can come to our aid.
There are many. But just as there are many who would not have been happy with the exposure. See, with every government, much as you may lament and lambast them for the things they do, there are fellow Kenyans who support those governments.
Okay.
And they see nothing wrong in what those governments do.
But you see, you can support a government without necessarily condoning, thank you, condoning the bad habits that they have.
Us, it's buy one get one free.
Yeah.
Yes,
you kichukua hiyo unachukua na hiyo.
Yes, once you support a government, it can't do wrong, and anybody who opposes that government is the one who is wrong.
Kama nakumbuka wakati DP Gachagua akiwa DP wakati huo akisema usi expect polisi wakikuja pale maandamano wa kukiss.
Yes, and one Mr. Mshuki alisema,
when you rattle a snake,
yes,
I expect to be beaten.
Yes, Dave. Sasa wajua, they were saying matamshi ambayo yanatoka kinywani, it tells you how the person thinks and feels, but that's the thinking that you have when you're in power. And in that moment, there's a certain degree of madness that is in your head, and you think you're invincible. That's really what makes people say that. Or you find somebody standing up and speaking ill and calling a former president names and saying this thing and that and the other and the other. But that madness usually is a returning of a favor. Because if you look back into history, not too far back, you'll find the very same person who, being lambasted at some point, had very unkind words to say about an opponent of his politically.
Sure.
Called him this and that, and called him this and said that. Now you may say that's just political rhetoric.
Yeah.
The people from whose background this person comes don't forgive those things. They will not speak, but they have made note.
Before we get into traffic, I'm also reminded of a time when DP Ruto was DP, and it was during campaign period, and he said in a rally somewhere, he addressed the president Uhuru at the time, akamwambia bwana, ukinitaka nikuje mimi usiguze watoto wangu, right? Then after he took power, I remember President Uhuru
immediately
telling President Ruto, niko hapa, wachana na watoto wangu, if you need me bwana, you know where I am, leave my family alone.
People do things with the perspective that the shoe will not be on the other foot, and they are the ones who might be at the receiving end. And when they find themselves there, they're in shock. Like those who are in government now, I don't think they've fully comprehended what it means not to be in government. Because there will be a time when they're not in government. Yes. So some of the things that they're setting in motion, which work for them, consider how it will work for you if somebody else has those instruments. That's what you need to consider.
Ushasema.
Traffic.
All right, Kilimani Estate tuko naona mko sawa kabisa. This is Ngong Road coming all the way from the Junction Mall. A little bit of traffic there. What exactly is happening here though? At the junction. Hii place haikuwa fiti. I can only see traffic from one direction, and this is the direction coming from Lenana High School. So I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
That place is always a jam.
Ndio sielewangi shida iko wapi hasa. Anajua kuna construction ndio, but this construction is going on for a very long
There's
time.
there's a bit of a mix-up, huh? On when you get to that Total petrol station.
Yeah.
Whether you have right of way to turn left, whether you have right of way to move ahead,
Yes.
whether you have right of way to continue along Ngong Road, or whether you can
make a
branch off.
U-turn.
Yes, kuna vitu vingi pale. It's a busy intersection, and there are very many things happening at the same time. And woe betide you if the lights are not working.
Yeah, so anyway, naona arguing squad ikiwa barabara yote iko sawa pia. Dennis Pretty Kofiti, Gitanga Road kukopoa, Kileleshwa, Lavington, Kipande Road, tuingie Landis Road tukielekea wakati sehemu ya Jogoo Road. Watu wanatoka Jogoo Road wakiingia town na watu wengine wanaingia town. Barabara zenyu zinakaa sawa sawa kwa sasa. Hata watu wa Lang'ata Road hamna shida yoyote asubuhi ya leo. Watu wanatoka kule Multimedia University katika sehemu za Ongata Rongai. Huko Mkofiti. Rongai ile changa kuwa na jam. It's a good thing. Ama tumeongea mapema sana. Haya, kuna hii barabara inajulikana kama Eastern Bypass. Aka stretch kanaanza East Africa School of Aviation kakirudi nyuma mpaka Ruai Shopping Center. Kuna ka traffic kidogo lakini kanasonga nonetheless. Kanasonga kweli? Siko sure. Wacha nisiwadanganye. Lakini sasa kuna ingine sasa inakaa mbaya sana, na hii ni Thika Super Highway pale Garden City Mall. There's a stretch coming from United States International University heading towards Roasters. That jam pack is jam packed. All right, then we go further back to Kenyatta University. Oh, shule zimefunguliwa na leo ni Monday. Si mngesema leo Thika Road inakaa mbaya sana. Kwanza pale Muthaiga, poleni tena sana. Oh, wait a minute. Actually hakukai vibaya sana, but ni kubaya, especially kama unatoka sehemu ya DCI. Huko kama unatoka huko Kiambu Road, asante sana. Hiyo barabara ukikuja kujoin pale Thika Highway, hapo ndio mnapatana na the mother of all traffic jams. Alafu turudi kidogo nyuma tuingie sehemu ya Mombasa County, Mwambaje. Yes. Yesterday I was watching the news and I saw a very sad story coming out of Likoni. There's a lady who was murdered. We shall be talking about that in a short while. But Mombasa County, nonetheless, not looking bad. Ronald Ngala kule, Kongowea, huko kote, Mzizima, Biashara Street, Faza Road, Moi Avenue, Mnazi Moja, Dedan Kim. Yani kote Mbaraki, Moi Avenue, huko kote, hamna shida yote. Lakini ukiona chochote, nafaa kujua basi, longa nasi.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
So I'm holding the Nairobian here. Front page says, chat to coffin, deadly side of digital romance. Love app horror in a city where love now begins with a swipe and trust is built in midnight chats. Consolata Githinji walked into a meeting that felt familiar but ended in silence. By sunrise, the fourth-year university student had joined a growing list of young girls whose deadly encounters start online and end in tragedy, exposing a dangerous new frontier where connection moves faster than caution. This story is on page 4 to 5. Remember when I was telling you that there's a story I had yesterday from the news? Man, there's a family in Mombasa. They lost a young woman. This woman was living with her boyfriend from the preliminary reports. And she didn't report to work for 3 days. So naturally the boss called akapigia like next of kin, akapigia next of kin akawauliza, because unajua HR unakwanga umeacha hizo details. So akapigia next of kin akasema nani fulani, she's a chep someone, let's call her Chepchumba hatumpati. Mnaweza kwa mkijua bwana, they just went to her home. Now the family went to her home and found her body. Apparently she had been dead for 3 days. I'm connecting it with this story of Consolata Githinji. Again, Consolata, 22-year-old lady who fell from a building. Sijui 6th floor, sijui 14th floor. Hapa tu Kileleshwa, hapa tu mahali hapa Kilimani Kileleshwa area.
So she fell?
Yes, according to post-mortem.
Yes, she fell. What caused the fall?
She was with someone. That someone is in custody. So now, according to post-mortem, because they did post-mortem, yeah? So akapata that she had some bruises, some cuts that were not consistent with the fall. Another lady also who lost her life over the weekend, but now this one, she was admitted in hospital some 3 months ago. So for 3 months she had been in a coma. Her body gave in, I think, over the weekend, and the story again was in the news yesterday night. This lady had left a club. She left the club, and that was the last they ever heard of her. CCTV ya hiyo club ilikuwa inaoneshana akiwa pale nje akingojea kupanda pikipiki, na ile pikipiki ni kama walikosania fare na nani akaenda. Jamaa wa pikipiki akaenda, but the lady started walking into the darkness. That is the last they saw her.
Wapi huko?
Hawakutuambia ni wapi. Sikumbuki walisema for sure ni venye sikumbuki, but they found her with cuts, one in her head, the other one in her abdomen. Ladies bana, you need to be careful.
No, first of all, ni wapi hapo?
Hiyo news tukiwatch tena tutapata hiyo news, tutapata hiyo taarifa kwa ukamili. Yeah, but it was really sad. This is to the ladies, because we are not hearing of guys. Of course guys are dying for sure, but we are not hearing these kinds of deaths as far as men are concerned. Ladies need to be more careful. Aya, Patrick Mukabi, great legacy of mentoring young artists. That story is on page 26. Men just as likely as women to be gold diggers. That's very true. Sophia Nzao reaches 750 million streams on Spotify. That also translates to money. Hail to the new marathon king. That is Sebastian Sawe. Read that story on page 40. How petty disputes are turning ugly. Again, you guys need to be very, very careful when you're getting into this relationship arguments, because sometimes they do not go north, they go south. On the Standard newspaper front page, Ruto's boogeyman. They're calling him the scapegoat, With Mount Kenya voting bloc seemingly defiant towards President Ruto's 2027 re-election, Ruto's point men have turned their anger and frustration on retired President Uhuru Kenyatta. In what is becoming the norm, the Ruto administration has made Uhuru its punching bag whenever it's under pressure from Kenyans to deliver on their promises in an attempt to deflect attention. And during the weekend, the Kenya Kwanza wingmen went all out with a barrage of criticism and threats on Uhuru, a clear indication of a rattled and unsettled team coming to terms with the fact that the vote-rich region is slipping away right before their eyes. This story is on page 8. Political analyst Dismas Mokua amesema hivi: the praise and attack strategy is meant to rattle former President Uhuru Kenyatta so that he moves to the known knowns matrix. This state will enable presidential candidates to recalibrate their 2027 strategies. Sasa President Uhuru mnamtakia nini? Shida iko wapi? City Muga.
You know what I find strange, The attacks, if one may refer to them as that, makes me ask the question. If indeed what you're trying to do is to point out what it is this president did wrong, why don't you just point those things out?
Yeah. Who? This president? The fourth president?
Well, no, the people of this fifth president, who say the fourth president is responsible for the problems that we currently have.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell the citizens what these problems are?
One of the biggest things they will tell you is the debt.
Yeah, but explain how it is a problem. And if you're going to have to explain that, then you are going to be telling us that, you know, this thing called government, we call it so-and-so's government, it's like a relay.
You know, something also interesting, if I may just say.
Please go ahead, Paul.
Rigathi Gachagua, again, over the weekend, Roger alisema nini? Alisema alikuwa anaambia Kenya Kwanza government waachane na nani? Waachane na Uhuru Kenyatta. Na akaambia Ruto, President Uhuru alikuachia serikali ikiwa sawa, ikiwa imara. Wewe ndio umekuja ukaiharibu. Then nika rewind to the wakati wa inauguration. Akisema they found empty coffers.
My friend, that man alinsult Uhuru. Woi.
Akisema wenye tulipata empty coffers.
Hakuna kitu ya kusema.
I'd like to sit down with Rigiji and just ask him, bro.
Ikitu.
Like genuinely, I just ask him. This one kwanza is off camera, bro. Like what on earth is going on?
Nini unasema?
Ulisema empty coffers, ukatuambia venye mtu alikuanga mbaya sana, venye alikuwa na kazi ya watu wa Mlima kufanya hii na hii, yeye ndiye hata alitoa nito nini development Mlima
akapeleka Nyanza.
Sasa nataka unishow bro, rada ni gani? Kwa sababu kidogo nataka tu kuelewa hii ni siasa tu ama you actually believe these things.
You know if you look at, well, if you take what is being said literally, you may actually miss the point.
Yep.
All right. It is absolutely true.
Okay.
That the previous government,
yes,
is responsible for the bulk of the debt the country currently has.
Okay.
But perhaps what they need to focus on is not just the debt, it's our laws. Our laws allow us to borrow for development, not recurrent expenditure. Tusiende mbali sana.
Yes.
Public Finance Act, tunaelezwa. Sasa wewe, if it was during Uhuru's time when the laws were changed that enabled the government to open government accounts outside the country so that money coming into the country doesn't have to go to the consolidated fund. Si lazima. And you have to ask, who were the signatories to those accounts that were set up? It was President Uhuru was president.
Yeah.
The door was opened. This government comes in, they found that door has been opened. And the people who are responsible for some of those things in the Uhuru government are still in government.
True story.
So, why don't you tell us people, places, times, amounts, so that we understand? This blasting the former president in the vaguest manner possible. Oh, he did this. Oh, he did that. Oh, he did this. The thing that the Uhuru government did, and the thing that this government has continued to do, they have starved the Mwananchi from financial resources that would enable them to conduct business and to grow the economy. Why? Because 7 trillion of the money that has been borrowed out of this debt you keep hearing of is in domestic borrowing. It is our local institutions. So you as an individual will have a very hard time getting money from these institutions. So if you have a small business, you have a medium-sized business, you have a big business, you have a startup, you are going to have difficulties doing what? Borrowing, because the government has locked in most of this money. Now that, to me, is why we have a downward turn when it comes to the growth of the economy. But to watch a growth of the economy, kanto kidogo, okay? Those are statistics figures. You can have around 20 people in the country who are so rich that when you do the GDP, because it's an aggregate, you find aggregated ni mzuri sana. But yet the number of people who are facing starvation inaongezeka. What do you need to look at? What is this thing that the Uhuru government, the Kibaki government, the Moi government, the Jomo Kenyatta government did to ensure that the local, the common, the simple, the mwananchi mtukufu has a fair shake in terms of opportunity? What did they do? The closest we came to it was the Kibaki era, because money was available for people to borrow. So long as you met certain criteria, the banks were willing to give you money. Now, if you can access credit, if you can access resources, you can change your life. The Uhuru government didn't do it. Capitation and the problems therein started in that era. The issue of equitable share to counties did not start with the Ruto era. It started, the complaints started with the Uhuru era. Okay? If we say that governments are a continuum, it is indeed so. The Uhuru government came in when Kibaki left it on an even keel. We had resources. And because we had resources and we had shown signs of being able to pay, it is the reason why we could borrow. But let us also be clear. We tend to have a debt ceiling, a ceiling which we cannot surpass when it comes to borrowing. It's a percentage of our GDP. That is it. Now that one, you go to Parliament. They're the ones who issue that permission. And if someone borrows without following that particular legal requirement, they're breaking the law. It is Parliament to call them out. They don't call them out. The previous government and this government have taken money that have gone beyond the ceiling that we set. Parliament doesn't even offer a squeak. It's like they abrogated that role completely. So when people are pointing fingers at Uhuru, what are they saying exactly? Because that same finger, as weekends like saying, it's one finger pointing at the fellow, the other three fingers are pointing at you.
When Kenya borrows money, who exactly borrows money? Is it the CS Treasury?
No.
Is who?
No. Officials from the CS, they represent the government.
Yes.
You arrive at an agreement and an understanding of what you're borrowing for and how you're borrowing.
It's okay, but I'm asking specific. You see, when I borrow money for my family, it is I who borrow money. All right. So when my family needs money, I am the one who will go and borrow on their behalf. I'll say, give us 10 billion for this movie family. Then 10 billion will be given to us. So at the end of the day, I am the spokesperson and I'm the person who's borrowed.
Treasury asks for development money because that's the only thing that our law allows us to borrow for.
So CS Mbadi borrows the money.
CS Mbadi and his people.
Okay.
Anasimamia hiyo treasury. Kuna watu ambao
of course atakuwa pale na PS, some directors here
and there. How?
Watu wa nini Central Bank. Si ndio?
Central Bank is part of treasury.
Yes. Sasa wanaenda pale
wanaenda wanaenda kama team
wanasema tupatie 10 billion.
Wanasimamia hii. Sema kuna hii tunataka kujenga na tukifanya kama CBE. World IMF told us they're not giving us 96 billion because some 30 billion they had given us for the CBE. Na haoni mahali hiyo pesa imeenda. Okay? So to answer your question,
okay,
they go and they agree.
All right.
They are told you meet this condition, you meet this condition. You're not taxing your people enough. E-M-Pesa, here it has money. Tax it. We hear you're building. Tax it. We hear you have some shares in Safaricom. Sell it. We hear you have Kenya Pipeline. See, some people want to buy it.
Sell it.
See, how much will give you this? So the money you want. So you'll have gotten the money. So why do you want to borrow from us?
Okay.
Namna hiyo.
Swali, at the expense of sounding like I'm inciting, what is so difficult about just walking to Treasury and just asking them, kuna ile swali mliulizwa na IMF ya 30 billion ya CBE kwa wapi?
That's where people start using their tongues as a rope. You find you see, this is what happens, the outcome of the loopholes. Where did that money go to, by the way? Everything that the opposition, those in government and those in between tell you, don't disbelieve them. Just verify.
Okay.
Just take a little time and verify what this person is saying. When Jiggy tells you things like, oh, you know, you must look at these debts and call them odious. Okay?
Yeah.
Odious means illegal. They are illegal. So, the process of not paying, how does that work? Because if his theory is right, if his thinking is right, if his opposition is right, then it means this 3 trillion we're supposed to pay next year. If we don't pay it, then we have 3 trillion.
So kuna kwanga nasikia question and answer kwa parliament yenye wananchi wanaulizanga maswali.
Hiyo ilienda kitambo.
But kulikuwanga nayo.
There was even a PM's time when Raila was PM, when he would go to parliament.
I remember that one.
He used to enjoy those things.
I remember that one. Prime Minister question time.
Hiyo hakuna. Hiyo hakuna. So
kwa sababu kuna vitu mingi city by the on a serious note kama unaona hiyo story ya CBE hiyo ya 30 imesema ni 30 billion.
30 bo.
Hiyo ni swali mzuri sana tunaweza taka kujua.
Ni sawa tu. Si ni 30 mbona curriculum iko mbona class ziko mbona walimu wako mbona 30 ni mingi pesa.
Mimi ni venye siwezi kuwa president of country, sitaivai for sure.
Let your imagination fly.
Sitaivai. But
this country, my friend, anybody can be president. Don't be fooled.
True. You see, even in a relationship, bro, mi wanga nayo question and answer session.
Kweli.
Nasemanga sasa tusikizane sasa niambie.
Right.
Kuna venye naona unakaa nika uko na maswali.
Yes.
Uliza.
Yes.
Na itaulizwa.
The real questions utaulizwa saa hiyo.
Hizo zinangojanga saa zile tu amelalia kifua chako, mumetoka kuwatch ka movie ama ndio umeweka tu play. Unaulizwa Sara ni nani?
Bwana. And that guy is about to get shot. Na unangojea lenge hiyo bullet.
Amelalia kifua anasikiza heartbeat yako. Unakuza Sara ni nani? Anajua. So unajua Sara.
Yes.
Alafu that's where you also find your tongue, it becomes a rope and then you are Sara nani? Yeah, so I think we need that question and answer session where we can ask such kinds of questions. And you know, there are very many Kenyans who do not know, like, you see that 30 billion we've just mentioned. I'm sure there's a Kenyan somewhere who's asking 30 what?
Hana habari.
30 ilipeana na nani? Nani alipewa hiyo pesa?
Now you see the connection is that is your money, which is paying for this money,
right,
which was borrowed in your name.
Also on the issue of odious debt that Jimmy Wanjigi and team keep on telling us.
Yes.
You know, there are people who've still never understood.
Deni ni illegal. Okay.
Anashangaa.
Na serikali ilichukua.
Ati serikali ilichukua pesa.
So inakuwaje illegal?
So pesa ilipotea aje? Like walileta na bag, then bag ikapotea kwa train.
Ama meli ilizama, ilikuwa namna gani?
Ndege ilianguka ama
ilikuwaje?
So the kind of things we need to do.
Now you see, when people go gang ho on a leader, see now that is collective political noise. We are none the wiser, and the state of the economy is none the better, and the livelihood of the citizenry has not improved an iota. So you have done nothing. But we don't seem to understand that we're not being served well when we hear this cacophony. This noise, it removes us away from the real problem of asking ourselves the simple question. We have a 3 trillion debt that is looming. Tuanze kwanza tuelewe hii deni toka hapo. Just the payment tuache kando kidogo, and what will happen tuache hiyo kando. How did we owe this trillion that we need to pay soon? How? What did we do with this 3 trillion so that we have to pay for it now? And who took it?
And you know, Kenyans also have evidence that the government sometimes pretends it doesn't have. Maybe Kenyans would come and ask the government, look, City Muga, we are sure stole 6.8 billion. Hii ya Kimwarer na whatever.
Na tunajua because tunamjua huyo jamaa.
Mulimu investigate. Ndio serikali seme, huyo City mmetaja ndio tulimu investigate tukapata yeye ni msafi. Lakini kuna kajamaa pale kanitonga mbuvi, hako ndiko tumefocus on. Perhaps if we had that exchange with our government, perhaps
we're unwilling. We are unwilling to ask simple questions of our MCAs, your village and your cousin. You are unwilling to ask questions of your uncle's brother, who is your MP. These are your people. They come from where you come from. We are unwilling to ask the women's rep. We are unwilling to ask senators. We are unwilling to even question a governor.
But the problem is also whenever they see us organizing ourselves in that way to ask those questions, people start disappearing, others start dying. But anyway.
Paul.
Yeah.
You can't kill everybody. 20 happen.
58 million Kenyans.
The second thing is, you're not going there to combat them. You just want them to explain. That's where the goons come in. Goons will be sent to harass you, to beat you up, and so forth. You know, these goons are also your cousins and your nephews. And I mean, all these things we're doing, it's Kenyans doing these things to other Kenyans. For heaven's sake.
There's a guy yesterday again on TV. He was, like, for me, this was ilinishika ilinitouch kwa sababu iliniguza kwa sababu they were, I don't know if it was floods or something, but they were going through some problem somewhere, and this guy said with a smile, but you could tell that is one of those smiles ile uchungu and pain. He was like, serikali, actually he was addressing the president, and he said hii kuzunguka unazunguka is all good for politics, but the reality on the ground, your people are suffering. And he said if you can do something like today about the situation that he was facing. And I felt that guy, because I was like, this guy doesn't care about the politics of the day. He doesn't care for 1 term or 2 term. He's just for, I need an issue sorted today. Will it be sorted? Period. You have 2 seconds, 2 minutes, City.
Secret recordings in Judge Tuju's EACC 16 bribery case. History ya Tuju hakuna mali imeenda. Ruto admits Mount Kenya headache in 2027 polls. Bang in the middle of the paper. What is it? Affordable housing. According to the KNBS, only 77,000 new jobs were created. According to the minister, the housing secretary principal Charles Hinga, over 640,000 jobs were created. In the Business Daily, Ruto bets on housing roads in 4.8 trillion election budget. Umesikia hiyo?
Yes.
Kenya-China trade gap widens to a new record on exports dip. Britam raises stakes on HF Group, a new share purchase. Land prices grow in Nairobi, satellite town slows to 4.3%. Trade-based money laundering is emerging as one of the most complex threats to financial integrity in developing countries. I have no idea what he's talking about, but that is it. Now, bang in the middle of the paper, which we refer to as the East African, Ruto seeks to reset Kenya-Tanzania ties. The Kenyan leader will use historic address to MPs in Dodoma to win their hearts to support bilateral and regional projects and reduce diplomatic friction. France, here we come. That's me saying so. The headline is that France's Macron asked for a second chance in Africa. Paul, I'm sure you know what that means in French. Paris quests to move from military deals to partnership come alive in Africa's forward meeting in Nairobi. The Japanese are not sitting back. We had the Japanese foreign minister in town. There was a function and a speech yesterday, which I attended. And they were speaking of the three-pronged pillars that they wish to engage with the African continent. Outside South Africa, who have something like 340 Japanese companies. Kenya is the second largest with 120. Yes, Japanese companies. In sub-Saharan Africa, Kenya receives the largest donations from the Japanese government. JKUR, that you know, was donated to us by the Japanese government. They built it.
Right.
The bridges, Sabaki.
Right.
Kilifi. Mtwapa. Mombasa, they were built by the Japanese.
There's a road leading to my grandmother's home in Kitui County.
Unajua hiyo barabara?
Oh, my dad told me about that story. Nilifurahi sana. That road
unasikia story, unasikia na barabara iko nywe.
Na ilijengwa when my father was in high school.
Na haijaribika.
Bas,
sasa unaelewa.
Na ile miti walipanda hapo those
along the side of the
decades ago.
Sasa imekuwa si ndio? Ubaya uzuri ni kwamba you have not transformed it into charcoal.
No, those trees are very beautiful. We wouldn't cut them down.
Okay. And then ukiangalia the master plan for Nairobi, Mombasa, Dongo Kundu, that free trade area.
Yes. Those are Japanese.
Yes, the Japanese. Geothermal, keep talking of geothermal. It's Japanese. The equipment, the turbine that we use there are Toshiba.
Yes.
Okay?
Japanese products.
Japanese. Coast Guard support, walitupatia maboats to provide support for the blue economy.
Right.
If you're talking about the Kenya Fisheries and Research Institution, JICA.
I feel like the Japanese, whenever they come in, they do not come in with strings attached.
No.
Then they're just like, munataka usaidizi wapi?
You have
and it is their culture.
You have actually understood it. The only other country in Africa that has the equivalent of JKUR is Egypt.
Okay.
In sub-Saharan Africa, nobody gets money like us. If you're talking about Masomo, further studies, masters, PhDs, they have over 100 people who have gone to Japan to study on those particular arrangements.
Yeah.
What am I saying? They even built a what? Toyota.
Yes.
A fertilizer factory in Eldoret. Okay? Paul, the list of things that the Japanese have done
is very long.
There is no country that I know of who partner with us who have done what the Japanese have done.
And let's not forget, we get cars from them, man.
Bro,
at an affordable rate. On behalf of Kenyans, I can say arigato gozaimasu. And right now, though, here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The government has identified 59 areas at risk of flooding in Tana River County, raising concern over rising water levels and growing humanitarian crisis. Authorities say all 5 sub-counties are affected, with Tana Delta the hardest hit, accounting for more than half of the high-risk areas. Kenya Red Cross says there is an urgent need for humanitarian supplies in the region.
Sehemu za Nanigi tayari kunayo vijiji ambavyo vimezungukwa na maji na watu wako hapo ndani, kwa hivyo wanahitaji msaada wa kidharura ili kuweza kutolewa katika sehemu ambazo zimezungukwa na maji kupelekwa katika sehemu za juu. Katika sehemu za Gofisha tayari walioathirika wote wamepelekwa katika sehemu za juu. Tayari imethibitishwa katika zahanati za Nanigi ambapo watoto zaidi ya 10, takriban 12 hadi 15 wameripotiwa wako na ugonjwa wa kuharisha.
Health CS Eden Duale is calling for the reopening of Kenya-Somalia border, saying the current closure is not working. Speaking in Garissa, he said people are still crossing informally, meaning the government is losing revenue and proper control. Duale added that reopening the border will allow authorities to screen people and manage movement better. Former Deputy President and Democracy for Citizens Party leader Rigathi Gachagua has promised a united opposition aimed at challenging President William Ruto in the 2027 general election. Gachagua says the opposition will field a single joint presidential candidate to challenge President Ruto. While addressing his own ambition for the presidency, Gachagua has stated he is ready to support any candidate chosen by the coalition.
Watu ya DCP wameniambia nipiganie kiti cha urais na niko hapo. Nataka tuambie Wakenya wasikuwe na wasiwasi. Sio kusema kusimama kwangu inaweza gawanya upinzani. Sisi tuko wengi sana. Tuko na Dr. Kalonzo Musyoka, tuko na Fred Matiang'i, tuko na Martha Karua, tuko na Eugene Wamalwa, tuko na Justin Muturi, tuko Fred Matiang'i na kila mtu na mimi. Hakikisho yangu ni kwamba zote tutaketi pamoja, tusikizane.
Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja is urging political leaders to lower tensions as the county steps up efforts to deal with flooding in the city. Speaking in Westlands, he said Nairobi County is cracking down on illegal buildings on riparian land with demolitions and land recovery already underway. He added that more affected areas are being cleared, including Kirichwa Kubwa in Kilimani, as part of efforts to restore order and reduce flood risks.
I know you have many concerns. Najua PCA Bula mmekuwa na shida ya maji kuingia kwenu. Si ni kweli? Mmekuwa na shida ya mafuriko. We've had a big challenge in the city and actually in the country. We've seen people in the lower parts of Tana River, tumepoteza watu. A few weeks ago we lost people. While we're doing what we can because there's climate change. The weather patterns have changed. The rainfall we're getting is higher than even the drains we constructed. Many of our drains are 0.35. We need to go to 0.9. As we do that work, I want us to be responsible also.
President Donald Trump says that the United States will start guiding stranded ships through the Strait of Hormuz from today in a move aimed at easing tensions and keeping global trade flowing. In a social media post, Trump said the operation, called Project Freedom, is intended to help vessels move safely through the busy and often restricted waterway, which is a key route for global oil shipments. He noted the effort is meant to benefit countries in the Middle East as well as the United States. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. Before we get down to business, big shout out to MC Tonje who says that he's tuned in. We also have kuna salamu. Yes, Douglas Kibagong amesema morning Radio Generation. Louise Rudasingwa, good morning GG team. Hello good people, this is Orlando. In the US, the Democrats pulled out their biggest gun in the recent campaigns. And the former president campaigned for their candidate. Was his pension threatened? I don't think so. Tini Meshak amesema Mbuvi, chunga sana usifutwe kazi wewe. Remember what happened to DJ John Falme and Shafi Weru? Stay away from warning these ladies. Guys, you know me, I'm a father of 2 girls. I will never stay away from warning ladies. When my girls get to the age whereby they'll listen to the kind of advice I'll tell that you know I'm giving out, I'll definitely give it to them. And I don't think you guys should take offense when we are telling you that ni kubaya huku nje. Afadhali mimi nakwambia ni kubaya nje kuliko mtu anakuambia na uende huko nje ujipate kwa shida.
But the conversation that created the furor was when one of the 2 gentlemen mentioned spoke and said the following, and I paraphrase.
Right.
Why did the ladies take the money? That was the issue. Victim blaming.
That was the issue.
But it's victim blaming. I mean, how are you making money the issue?
Right.
And money is at the core of most relationships. Money.
It is the thing that is the thing.
Is the glue
in that relationship.
Yes. So why are they singling it out as though these people are doing something absolutely ludicrous and out of this world? It is not out of this world.
Right.
Yes.
Let me tell you, me when I sit even with my cousins, because I also have lady cousins who are of age, I tell them this thing and I give it to them raw. Hakuna haja kusugarcoat kitu, because the more you sugarcoat it, the more of these stories we get to hear. Aya, Majok amesema let Uhuru speak on national matters in way of providing guidance as a statesman, but he should not and cannot keep running a political party. It is unethical. He should be above party politics. Okay. Job Kola amesema governor wa Matangi ndiye anapewa pesa na serikali kuu peke yake, kwani Luo County governors hawapati pesa ama wanapewa pesa wakiwa on planet Mars. I like Job Kola. Last but not least, Hesbon Sidon amesema happy new month city and movie tugende tukole ama tuende tuchoke. Is that what he means? I don't know. Maybe. Eunice Kioko anasema looking forward to the show from Massachusetts. Haya, Eunice Kioko, karibu tena sana na wale wengine wote ambao wako tuned in. In studio we do have our guest, that is economist and CEO of Elim Capital, Odhiambo Ramogi. Odhiambo, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning, Mbuvi and City.
Like you've mentioned, you are our first guest for the month.
Yeah, I just discovered opening the week and the month for you. So what a delight.
Tupatie kismat,
Yeah, ndapea kismat ingine fresh sana. Mimi ni yule mse.
Wewe ni yule mse.
Mimi ni yule mse.
City yako na methali kutoka Gabon kule kwa Bongo Alibongo.
La haula.
So City, over to you.
Yes, kuna jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Omar Bongo. He ruled that country from 1968 to the year 2001. Then his son Ali Bongo took over until the coup in 2023. In 2023,
the son was also couped out.
He handed over. It was like a family heirloom.
Yeah.
Nilikuwa president. Sasa weka mtoto wangu.
Take over.
Na kuachia nchi.
Chukua hiki tu.
Chunga wananchi vizuri. In the year 2023 wananchi waliambiwa kwenda chunga ng'ombe zako. Sisi hapana ng'ombe. That country has some very serious oil reserves.
All right.
But there's something interesting about these francophone countries.
Yes.
Official language in this country is French. This Ali used to live in France and he used to live large. Zile nyumba ambao naitwa chateau.
Yeah.
Na hizi tukari tudogo ambao it looks like they're actually on the floor of the road. Hizo ndogo ndogo.
The supercars.
Those things which inanunua kama estate mzima hapa Kenya. Those ones.
Yes.
Okay? That's how he lived the high life. And some of the people in his country represented some of the poorest individuals on this continent. And if you're poor in this continent, it means you're one of the poorest on earth.
Right.
Yeah, because poverty yetu saa zingine ni ya kimataifa.
Iko level ingine ya juu.
Bro, mpaka it actually defies just a logical thinking, but we have it here. Okay. There are countries that have people who are poorer than us.
Out in Africa.
Yeah, but we don't live there.
Okay.
Hapa ndio tunaishi.
All right.
The proverb. A fool who looks for dung a fool looks for dung where the cow never browsed.
Over to you, Ramogi.
A fool
looks for dung where the cow never browsed.
It felt like, you see, let me counter it with a Kenyan proverb.
Sure, why not?
Contextualize it.
Waswahili wanasema
ndio
mgaga na mpwa hali mkavu. So that means that if you stay where mpwa is, where the
mgaga
rice, yes, mgaga is, you hang around.
Yes.
Oh, you just got the mgaga part and got excited with
you need to ask him why I got excited.
Why did you
ask him why I got excited?
So mgaga is just mtu ana hang around. The mpwa, I think, is the rice plant. I don't know. The mpwa is...
Mpunga is the rice plant.
Yes.
Mchele is now,
the rice.
Yes. Wali is when it is cooked.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, mpwa is what? Mpwa is something that you accompany with the rice.
Yes, it is.
So you hang around that, you will not eat dry rice.
Right.
What now City is saying is, okay, you need to identify the actual mpwa so that you don't hang around the wrong place
and
the
eat
wrong
the
thing.
dry rice.
And eat the dry rice.
You see?
Get it on the right side.
Kumbe Wajaluo pia mnajuanga methali.
Sisi. Hapana chesa.
Kiswahili mnakipata No. Mine is given, transferred, courtesy of some very good teachers. Otherwise, my friend, Kiswahili came kwa meli and then it landed in Mombasa
and never left.
By the time it got to Nairobi, ile ilifika Kisumu ilikuwa imeisha ladha.
But Kisumu pia ilikuja na meli. Ilifika aje huko Mombasa, huko Kisumu?
No, Kisumu ilikuja na reli. Meli ya Kisumu
inatoka making stops. So by the time it reached Kisumu, it was depleted.
It was depleted. Kwa hivyo
Kisumu tu ndio ilibaki.
Kwa na neema. If not for the education we received, free education courtesy of Nyayo.
Right.
My friend.
Tungekuwa na shida mingi sana.
Kungekuwa na sida.
Alright. Wacha tutoke kwa sida tuingie kwa economy. Last week there's that economic survey that was released. One thing that stood out for me is when the CS for Treasury said that employment opportunities have increased specifically in the informal sector, and akasema it was in the region of 80% thereabout. It was over 80%.
80% of what?
Of the jobs that were created, 80% of them were in the informal sector.
Right.
So that is the only thing that stood out for me, and perhaps that is what was very important for Kenyans to understand. But there are other things, of course, that were in that economic survey. Maybe you can just give us some highlights.
Well, thank you. The best approach to this would be to start the conversation with how the survey is organized.
All right.
The survey is organized into, let's say, 4 main parts. Part 1 is the international scene. Part 2 is the domestic scene.
Right.
Part 3 we look at the sectors, and part 4 we finish with the macros of employment and job creation. Now, the international scene, it looks like 2025 was not a bad year. In other words, the growth that we had in 2024 was 3.3 globally. 2025 is also 3.3, again according to the survey, which tells you that notwithstanding Trump's
war
drama
with Iran,
no. That was
general drama.
Wars. That was the tariff wars. War with Iran started this year.
Yes, in March.
And we are talking about now 2025.
Okay.
So, notwithstanding his tariff wars, the world still managed to grow significantly, as it did in 2024. Of course, it flattened out. It could have done a lot better, but it's still growth. Sub-Saharan Africa saw a 4.4% growth, up from 4.3. So it's also on an acceleration path. East Africa, again, around 4.8. Our neighbors, Uganda and Tanzania, are both north of 6%. Yes.
Good for them.
So, I mean, apart from Rwanda, which is slowing down because they used to do over 7%, now they're also in the range of 6%. It's still good news.
It is actually.
For them. Now, so when you look at the international scene, you get the fact that notwithstanding the oomph that Trump came with, the globe still managed to see accelerated growth. But now, when you come into the domestic economy, we are told that we grew at 4.6%, down from 4.7% in 2024. Now, it is good news that we are still growing. It's not negative growth. There's still growth, but it is bad news that it's decelerating growth for the second year running. Now, if you compare that growth, if you look at the graphs of all these other comparatives that I've given you, before COVID, things were good, and then there was COVID, and then immediately after COVID, 2021, everybody shot up. We were seeing 6%, 7% growth across the globe. And then after that, we corrected in 2022, come back to life, to normal life. Now, post-2022, we've seen steady growth in all these other comparatives, whether it's global, whether it's sub-Saharan Africa, whether it's East Africa, and whether it's our neighbors.
Yes.
With Kenya, however, the graph is similar before COVID, during COVID, after COVID. But then again now, from 2024, we are now decelerating.
Yeah.
It's not the same growth that we are seeing elsewhere. From where I sit, that points to only one thing.
Which is?
Policy.
Okay.
There you cannot blame the international scene. You cannot blame...
So we can't blame Ukraine war.
We can't.
We can't blame COVID-19.
We cannot.
And we definitely shouldn't blame the Iran war.
And we definitely should not blame the tariff wars that Trump came with.
Okay.
Because if that was the case, our neighbors would have struggled as we are. If that was the case, East Africa would have struggled. Sub-Saharan Africa would have struggled. But that is not the case. The case here is purely a matter of policy. And maybe we'll come back to that. The third one, of course, the third part is the sectors. Apparently, agriculture is no longer growing as fast as we'd want it to. Naturally, this is due to climate change. It's affecting production in the tea sector. It's affecting production even of our food, the normal food crops that we produce. And that is starting to be felt in the economic surveys that we are seeing. And similarly, services. Now, the only thing we are seeing growth in, and there's no clarity as to how much of it is coming into the bigger pool of jobs, is construction, the construction sector. Now, the problem with construction sector is it's very expensive to produce one job.
Yeah.
Like, you could find that to produce one job, you might actually need a whole million shillings.
To produce just one job?
One job in the construction sector, which is not the case with the services. Services, you'd probably need 50,000 or even less to produce a job. So that's the problem of construction-based growth. And finally, and coming now to your comments on what Waziri said.
Yes.
That we created 800,000 jobs and around 822, and around 700 of these were in the informal sector.
Yeah. Okay. That sigh.
This is the one part that I would differ with the survey.
Okay.
And I'm not the only one. You look at the commentaries of the Central Bank of Kenya a few months before this.
Okay.
And they are also differing with the claims that a lot of jobs have been created in the construction sector.
This is the Central Bank?
The Central Bank of Kenya. That their own survey is indicating that even the construction sector is no longer creating as many jobs as is being claimed by the statistics. But if you look at the data in the Bureau, the Economic Survey, keenly, you find that the informal jobs that they are saying is being created. It's not even in the construction sector.
Okay.
So then that makes you wonder, where are these jobs coming from? In other words, they are saying we've created 822 jobs.
Okay.
But you look at the data available, and by the way, 822,000 jobs would be around twice or even thrice what we created the previous year.
Okay.
Because the other one, I think it was 300, and then 2023 was around 300, 2024 was around 400.
Okay.
And so what the economic survey is telling us is we doubled jobs in 2025. But the same economic survey is telling us we slowed down in growth. the economic survey is also telling us that yes, it's coming from construction, but when you look at the construction itself, you're not seeing those jobs that they are claiming.
Because I think they were talking about the infrastructure constructions from the roads to railways to dams. Then of course,
but what's new?
Then the buildings, because of the new affordable housing survey or rather initiative. So ukiongeza hizo ndizo wanasema perhaps hapo ndio kuna hizo 800.
No. But it can't be a constant. When you're building and when you start building, at every stage and as you near completion, the number of people who actually work on that site don't increase. They get less. When you're about to actually hand over a completed project, the numbers are infinitely less. So unless there's an equal number of buildings coming up elsewhere, what you'll do at best is maintain the number of people who are employed, because you will be moving people from one side to the other, or these ones will peter off, but the place where the new construction is taking place will probably employ an equivalent number of people, but that is if it is the same nature and the same type of construction that is taking place.
Okay.
Yeah, and that is accurate. I'm actually looking at the survey. And it's telling me that in the informal sector alone, where they are saying the jobs came from, the construction sector contributed only 30,000 new jobs.
So E700 versus 30.
So the biggest contributor to the new jobs is, according to them, is the wholesale, retail, hotels and restaurant sector that contributed around 426,000 new jobs. Now,
the hospitality industry.
No, just read it again, please. Just read that list again.
So, let me and this is the construction sector produced 30,000 new informal jobs. The wholesale, retail, trade, hotels and restaurant sector, which is one sector, it's like the services sector, produced 400,000 new jobs. The same services sector that has not grown as fast in the year 2025, we're being told doubled its contribution to the jobs sector and produced 426,000 new jobs. Now you understand where I am having
issues. Now let me ask you, CBK, where do they get their data from? Do they get it from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, or do they conduct their own private survey?
Both. Okay. KNBS is supposed to feed all the other agencies, all the other arms with the data. But many other agencies, especially those in the economic playground, as it were, also collect their own data.
Then why are they differing?
Are they different?
Because he says what CBK says, then what the Treasury said again months later? They are not tallying. Is it possible that there was some data that hadn't been computed that now has been added?
So hapo kwa jobs, there is even a typo, because on one hand they are saying that construction sector produced 476 jobs. But when you look at the data, the table, construction sector produced 30,000 jobs. And the wholesale, retail, restaurant sector now is the one that produced 426,000 jobs. I am telling you that someone is trying to force data to say something that data is not saying. The truth of the matter is we are not creating as many jobs as we could, and we also need to appreciate that the economy is not growing as it should. And then now from there, after appreciating that problem, ask ourselves why, and then come up with potential solutions.
But why would anyone be manipulating that data? To what end?
Can I ask a question which is completely different?
Right.
When you're talking about data, how well do we capture data from the small scale business people, medium size,
the SMEs,
the informal sector? How well do we capture that data? How well do we capture the number of people who actually work in that sector, the economy that exists there, and the wealth that's created in that sector? How well do we actually capture it?
The keyword in your question is well. And we capture that data. We capture that data through the county offices that know who is doing business where,
so the registrations from the county offices.
That helps.
The licenses, the permits now.
Yes, we also capture that data from the National Employment Authority that knows who's employed where. We capture that data through household surveys that we do. What do you do? Where are you? Have you employed anybody?
So watu wa Mutura, watu wa mahindi choma, watu wa njugu karanga na watu wa mandazi wanatuzungushanga mandazi huku. Those ones we don't capture.
Well,
for sure we don't.
Yes, that's why I was telling him the key word is well. In the bigger problem of the informal sector is you're never too sure of the data about who's employed, about revenues, about whether they are paying taxes. You're never too sure. So when now all of a sudden we are being told the informal sector contributed double what it did in 2024. It raises more questions than answers, especially in a sector that has not grown as expected. You see, look at it this way. In 2004, 2005, Kibaki's first term, they brought in the teams, the optical fiber cable that landed in Mombasa.
That transatlantic fiber.
Yes. And we had new jobs.
We had new jobs.
We had new jobs in cyber cafes. And that was also the beginning of content creation, because now young people could actually play on the same field with the rest of the world. There was a clear source of jobs. Like you could see it. These are new jobs created here. Now we are being told that we've doubled the number of jobs. You and I are asking ourselves, where are these jobs coming from? What is the new strategy? What is the new development that could have doubled jobs all of a sudden in 1 year from 400,000 to 822?
Now, then when we look at it, because now I want to get to look at the digital jobs that you've just spoken about. Those ones are also not captured in this particular survey, because we won't know how many TikTokers are there, how many YouTubers are there, and in terms of revenue, how much they're making and what their contribution to the economy is. We won't know.
KRA started that battle and lost significantly in 2024. In fact, the general understanding is that the online community, those TikTokers, are the ones that actually pushed for the June 25th movement, that because they are very influential among that generation. And the move to tax them sort of united them against the government. So the KRA tried that because really it's a one world village. I could be doing business in some ludicrous country in Asia or in North America or South America, and you would not know. So that is why also KRA is saying, okay, we are not able to get your money from your employer. You are not able to get your money from your self-assessment. We need to go into your bank account or your M-Pesa account.
We'll get to those accounts in a minute. So again, getting back to the construction industry. Once a building, let's even say it's a building like this one. This building might hire some 100 people to construct.
Right.
Once the construction is done, hizo kazi zimeisha.
Correct. Yes.
But that's not the full picture. You see, this economist will tell you that part of the reason why economic growth is sometimes looked at sector by sector. When I am earning money, I have to eat. Remember that service industry that you spoke of? There'll be informal people cooking all over that building site to cater for all those people, and there'll be many. Some offering tea, some offering lunch, and it's
Uji.
And it keeps
as long as there's an income it will.
And that income will also go beyond the person who's providing that food to somebody else whom they are buying the food from, which they cook. And that person who's buying, they're buying from, will also be buying from the person who actually grows that food. So economic activity is paired. When you have buildings in town, you are influencing markets that are outside Nairobi,
Right.
because of just that service industry. So that explains that growth.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with this is, I'm going back to the question I asked. Do we actually accurately document these things? Because there is the formal sector and there's the informal sector. Right. We do not have, let me make a statement.
The formal is very easy.
Yes, we do not have adequate tools to measure and to capture the data from the informal sector. So if we are told the informal sector comprises 70 to 80% of our economy, do you see where the problem is? Because there's something that we see in this country and we keep asking in puzzlement. There's no such word, I'm just saying it. We are puzzled, okay? We're puzzled-dated. What happens is this. You keep asking, why are Kenyans so resilient? I understand that resilience because there are all these things that you have brought us to our knee and we are not on our knee. What is it that creates this resilience? Now, it is not magic. It can be answered. And the manner in which we collect and figure out our data does not allow us to actually understand it. Why? Because World Bank comes and tells us this is how you do it. Those World Bank things have not worked anywhere. Just they never work anywhere. So I don't even know why we bother thinking about them. But anyway,
I had some choice words to say about the World Bank and the IMF and them refusing us to build a refinery. But I will keep that for another day.
They refused.
They are uncomfortable with us building a refinery.
I saw President Yoweri and President...
brilliant idea.
I almost said President Kenya. But President Ruto of Kenya. See, they met somewhere and they said they will build that refinery. Was it in Uganda or in Tanzania?
No, it's in Tanzania.
They want to build it in Tanzania.
They want to build it in Tanzania.
So it won't be Tanga,
if I'm not
it's a very different story. The Tanga story
and the IMF story. One.
Yes, so but look, bear in mind, he will bear me witness. Whenever you hear any government doing crazy things like going into M-Pesa, doing what? Please look at IMF and World Bank. Don't point a finger at the president.
What
the mistake was you went and borrowed money from them. Okay? They are the ones who come up with those ridiculous things. Sell your shares, sell this, sell that. They are the ones who think like that.
I know you said you'll get into it later, but just Guzia to what is the issue with us building that thing here? What is the worst that can happen?
Oh, they are saying that would give Aliko Dangote undue influence over the oil sector in both West and East Africa.
So what?
Yes, that's the question we're asking.
So what?
I mean, Rockefeller had undue influence over the whole oil sector in the US and the Middle East.
We're
already listening to their music. We're already doing their churches already here.
Don't go around this. It's racism. An African is not supposed to do certain things. Okay? It's not complicated. Okay? It is for them to think such things, high level things. Then they tell us how the direction we should take in our thinking. God forbid that we should actually aim to do the things that they have done. Then what will they be doing? Because we'll have taken all
the guy wants to do 1.2 million barrels per day kind of refinery. That will take care of the oil being produced in Uganda, the oil being produced in Kenya, the oil being produced in Tanzania, and even South Sudan.
Right.
And that would mean next time they are bombing anybody in Hormuz or whatever, us guys will be watching from TV and saying pole to those who are affected. But we are sour.
So that's the issue. You know what? We'll call you. Tuongelee
hiyo maneno vizuri.
Racism city amesema.
Look. Forget the neo-colonialism and all this nonsense, okay? The World Bank is a bank. They make policies that benefit them.
Right.
In the process, they also give you the illusionary impression that they're helping you. But how does someone help you when they tether you? How do they help you?
They don't.
Because
it's not help.
It's hook. You are hooked to this thing and you can never move out of it.
And you want to tell me that our presidents and prime ministers don't know this?
They know. Kings. They know. They know. But you see, the world is like a global village. The economies of the world are so interconnected. The central banks of the world are interconnected. By the time you come to power and you realize how little space you have of just
wiggling,
yes, then you say, okay, how can we survive with the circumstance? Because you try to wiggle yourself totally out, you are now an enemy of the people.
You end up like Sankara.
You end up like Sankara. You end up like Nkrumah.
The dominant voice in world economy has been the US. Americans are Europeans. I mean, apart from the Chinese, the Japanese, the Native Americans, the Black Americans, those are the fellows. They're Europeans. Okay. Now, the European approach to dealing with the countries that were former colonies of other European nations is that you should stay in the state that you're in, improve on their terms.
Right.
This thing that you're seeing here, you know, this noise people have made about Safaricom, KPC. When we had the Berlin Wall coming down and suddenly the Cold War was over, America became a genuine empire and they could dictate. They contribute the most to World Bank and all these people, so they can dictate. They are the ones who, at that time during President Moi's time, insisted that Moi must sell off government assets. Railway houses were sold, government houses in Upper Hill were sold, government houses all across the country in provincial heads were up for sale, poster houses were sold, and so forth and so forth and so forth. It is them who came up with
are you talking about structural adjustment program?
A painful process.
How did Africa, how did people like the South Americans allow this level of hegemony?
I would not call it allow. It was more of a political and diplomatic power. 1, 2, post the World War, the Second World War, it was a bipolar world. It was either capitalist America or communist Russia. And the capitalist America captured a good chunk of the world. And it was either you ship in or you are forced out or something like that. If you read the Confessions of an Economic Hitman, my friend, you are either coming along with the program or they really just take care of you in some unscrupulous manner.
In the words of our President Sayuni.
No, there was Sayuni, but there was also the fate of Kwame Nkrumah. You are just outed as a president, like umeenda somewhere for a conference, alafu while you are there unasikia KBC ikitangasa
a new president.
There's a new president, and so even the people with you just leave you and go back home because they are not president. Them they can just come home and continue their lives. So that was the case with Kwame Nkrumah.
Okay.
And his only problem was he had a problem with neocolonialism and he wanted an united Africa.
Okay.
So that now what at that time was OAU just to become one country. There were people uncomfortable with that. And so it was not necessarily allow. Someone had built a very strong global infrastructure that forced leaders into a certain corner. So if you wanted to live on, you say, okay, what do you guys want? And you find ways of
so you negotiate, basically.
Absolutely. The Senegalese guys are the ones who I think managed to play both the capitalists and the communists. But the rest of us, it was you are either on one end or another. And then now when they won the Cold War, as he says, even communist countries like Tanzania came under their fold. And so you see anybody who's against, you see the fate of Fidel Castro in Cuba, and you ask yourself, what do I do? You just ship it.
I remember that's why they really demonized this whole communism issue. Anyway, let's get
I wanted to go back to my point number 2, which is the domestic economy.
Okay.
And perhaps try and explain why we find ourselves where we are growing at a decelerating pace while everybody is actually accelerating post-COVID. I have a few ideas to what. One is the whole question of our public finance right now. It's very constrictive, restrictive. It's hindering growth. Because on one hand, you are taking advantage of every opportunity to tax Kenyans. And even right now, the Finance Bill 2026 has introduced new taxes on mobile phones, new taxes on Mutumba. So those Mutumba you buy at 50 bob now, or 100, will probably buy more. I don't know whether it's here when I was telling you, after the war in Iran, the tax reprieve we were expecting this year because someone is looking for re-election might not be practical.
Okay.
I think the chickens have come home to roost, and there is more tax proposals.
Okay.
So there's that on one hand. On the other hand, there is a very high interest regime. So essentially, we take away your disposable income and your capacity to save because of the taxes. And on this other hand, we also take away your capacity to borrow because of the high interest rates.
On the issue of interest, you've just said that perhaps we were expecting some reprieves this year.
The taxes.
Yeah, exactly. But because people are seeking re-election.
Yes.
But that won't happen. Is that a good thing for them or a bad thing for them?
It's a bad thing for everybody, really. Because
I know it's a bad thing for me, for sure.
Yeah, it's a bad thing for them as well, because you see, they would have wanted a populist approach.
Where they reduce the tax and then they claim to be the savior.
Yes. But now they are forced to add the taxes for you.
Okay.
So there's that first part, which is we are pressing the economy from both ends. That is affecting our growth. The second thing, I think, is we have departed from the medium-term plan. Now, every president, every election produces an agenda. This one was bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And the bottom-up economic transformation agenda just simply means you take capital to the bottom, you help people with their economic activities, and then that growth now start from the bottom coming up.
Okay.
The closest we came to that approach was the county aggregation and industrial parks, the one by Moses Kuria, that died a natural death after the June 25th, 2024 events.
Right.
So basically where we are, we do not have an overarching economic policy that can drive growth. We are going by autopilot, and it's responsive and it's a survival scenario.
Okay.
So because of that, I can actually tell you that is affecting our growth as it is right now. Now, we are also not attracting investment as we should. With our neighbors, we are both allies and competitors.
Okay.
We are allies politically, but economically, we compete for investments.
With our neighbors in the East Africa community?
Yes.
Okay.
Someone coming into the region is interested in the East African market, asks himself, do I establish in Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, or Uganda? And I think Rwanda and Tanzania are winning that battle because they have made it a lot easier to invest there. Everybody is corrupt, but I think our corruption level is on another level.
If I can just compare the European Union.
No, for real.
If I can compare kidogo, European Union is a similar bloc to East Africa, but theirs, of course, is a bit advanced. But in terms of what you've said here, are they also allies and competitors, or are they actually one bloc?
They are competitors. I think the Brexit debate exposed the underbelly of the European Union, that yes, there are also competitive elements within the Union, because Britain was feeling like pia nyinyi mmekuja sana.
Okay.
So yes, it's a reality. There is a sibling rivalry of sorts.
So it's nothing new in East Africa?
No, it's nothing new.
Okay.
And that has made us to lose quite a lot of investments, because when an investor comes, how you treat them really implies whether they will set base or not.
So it's true we are losing business to Uganda, Tanzania, and the others.
We are losing. I'm not sure about Uganda.
But let's have an honest conversation.
Yeah.
That people are developing and beginning to match the growth, the economic growth that Kenya has, and they themselves creating hubs for themselves, is correct competition, as the Ambo State said. Now, people who want to do business with are businessmen will choose the place where their business can best be nestled.
Right.
Kenya has been a hub for very many international businesses. Part of the reason is because when you look at the rating of this country in terms of its security, you look at it in terms of infrastructure, the things that these people look at. And the simple fact that we are one of the UN hubs, I think there are 4 of them altogether on the planet, it helps to attract people here because it speaks of many other things that Rwanda doesn't have, Uganda doesn't have, Tanzania doesn't have. But the people, the real problem here is not what we're discussing. The real problem is the resistance that the Western powers, whether it's the Europeans and the Americans, have with us forming a federation of our own. Because if East Africa has a strong federation, the Africa Free Trade Area becomes a reality. Because the corridors that are necessary for the logistical where-to-falls of business within the region now become a reality. Every time we get very close to actually getting to the point where this dream becomes a reality, something comes in and scuttles it. And then we start talking about this, and small petty things come up, and they are brought up. It's not that they don't come up. We long understood the need to actually have this union that we speak of, and we had it. We had gotten to a point where the Kenyan shilling, the Ugandan shilling, and the Tanzanian shilling was on par. We had gotten there. Then, bless you.
Thank you.
Imagine a situation with the resource-rich East and Central Africa. Imagine an economy that is under the East African community, where you just think of the population that we have.
200 million.
It's closer to 300 million. That particular population is a market. If I may use the term, my colleague managed to say, we are self-contained. If we focus on doing business among ourselves, we actually don't need to do business with very many other people. Not really.
And especially when you have a refinery.
You really don't need to.
Refinery inasumbua watu.
Petrodollars, my friend. It is a game changer because forget, you talk about the fuel. What about the other natural resources? What about the iron ore? What about rare earth? All these things, if it's under a common union, it makes you an extremely powerful unit. The world powers don't like such things. They like it fragmented so they can control this and control that. All the powers, whether it is France, whether it's South Africa, whether it's the Belgium, all the people in DRC, they're now going to have to talk to one common body. It becomes very difficult to talk with these people.
Yeah. I wanted to add something on the refinery. Yeah?
Yes.
We will still have that conversation. But you see, a refinery would spur industrial growth. A refinery would make sure that your energy needs for proper manufacturing sector are well taken care of. That would mean some of the equipment we buy from the markets he's mentioning,
yes,
we will no longer buy. And we will no longer need foreign currency to do so. When this refinery is
a game changer.
A game changer. That's why some people are. And to finish my analysis of the new is, I think the final thought there is we need to really manage our debt, because 70% of our income, of our revenue right now is going into debt repayment.
It's 80.
And
we're heading towards 90. Yes.
And so that is slowing down growth, because it looks like the money that is supposed to, you see, economic growth is just government expenditure.
Yeah.
At least according to economists. Yes, money is released into the economy by the government. That money does what he was talking about, the multiplier effect. It multiplies, and then at the end of it, now what is multiplied is actually growth.
Yeah.
The problem with our money is it is circulating in China to repay debts. It's circulating somewhere in Copenhagen.
In Europe.
Paying debts. So when you have 70%,
we borrowed money from Denmark.
We have money from.
Ask your question: whom have we not borrowed from?
We've
borrowed even from ourselves.
That one I know. To Denmark, Copenhagen.
Actually, there was a time when I don't know whether it's Denmark or Norway, one of the three Scandinavian countries. They were the leading lenders after China.
Kenya or Africa?
Kenya.
What?
It was them, and then Germany, and then the UK, and then the US.
This entire time, by the way, I've been saying we owe King Charles money. Wengine ndio unaniintroducia sasa.
Mtu wangu. Pia na vyenye walitokolea. So a lot of that money is circulating elsewhere, and I think that is a problem that we need to handle as soon as now.
Yeah.
So for me, I think yes, it's good news that we are growing. It's bad news we are decelerating. And I think if we don't do anything about it, we might find ourselves decelerating further in 2027, 2028.
Okay. So not only do we owe King Charles money, we owe now King Frederick the 10th.
Yes, we.
But the debt we owe King Charles, I know shida. We have a relationship with those guys.
And
relationship na Denmark.
No.
And I'm telling you, King Charles is not even among the leading lenders.
No, it's different. That one, Nikindugu, we can talk and agree and
under the Commonwealth arrangement.
Yes, you see it in the pressure.
I know for sure we had money that we owe, Xi Jinping, and of course now King Charles, and then now I understand King Frederick. Nani mwingine tuna pesa yake?
Hatuna pesa yake ama tuna pesa yake?
Tuko na pesa yake.
The Americans don't lend to us directly most of the time. It's through IMF and the World Bank.
All right.
But yes, they are
Japan?
Yes.
We also owe the King of Japan.
Emperor.
The Emperor, sorry.
But look, the things we owe Japan, please understand the Japanese debt.
Yeah.
Japanese debt in 30-40 years.
Tusumbuangi sana.
At 0.02 or 0.2%, yes. And 10 years moratorium, you don't pay a thing. Hakuna kitu nakaa tu, then you start paying. It's a fraction, chief. That doesn't move the needle. So that debt haisumbui.
The Japanese debt is usually very comfortable compared to the Chinese debt. The Chinese debt is
no, but Ramogi, it is our people who went and took commercial loans.
The Chinese give good kickbacks, City.
As opposed to the Japanese.
Yes.
The Japanese will not give you. Even if you wake up early in the morning, even if you sing Christmas carols, they're not giving you the money.
Right.
Why I'm saying we went and borrowed
commercial loans, yes.
Commercial loans, bro. In 2 years.
So to me, Mike.
But it disturbs my head. When I think of the amounts that we've borrowed, and then it's at commercial, someone is telling me it's 18%, man. Now the problem with that 18%, when the dollar, yes,
18.
It's 2-digit percentages, some of them.
I mean, I would understand if it was 10.
It's not 10. So it's a commercial loan.
11, what we are given here by our commercial banks.
Rather, it is in dollars. So when the dollar does like a thing, haki,
that percentage is
yes, ata ulipe. The principal haisongi.
Speaking of which, but there's a question we've been having here. We were told by the time President Uhuru was exiting, we were told that he has paid some amount of money. Ulisema ni 5 trillion.
By the time Uhuru left, ukiongeza deni yake pamoja na ya Kibaki na pamoja na Moi na pamoja, we were at 8.7 trillion.
Right. Sasa hizi deni zinalipangwa na hazi reduce. What kind of magic is that?
No, Uhuru ndiye alituambia amelipa 5 trillion.
Okay. So President Uhuru alisema amelipa pesa fulani hata kama ni 5 trillion whatever amount alilipa. Hii deni kwani ipungwangi?
So bwana umeanza story mzuri but
nipatie tu overview.
So generally,
yes,
the domestic debt is self-sustaining because we borrow to pay you. See, you only lend for 10 years back,
right?
And right now that we do not want to retire that debt, so we borrow now. Right now, City has money.
Yes,
we borrow from City and we pay you, and then now we just service City. Right. So that is the self-sustaining nature of domestic debt. That is why they are now saying it is important that you do not borrow for recurrent expenditure because it's sort of government debt long lasting. International
Ramogi, our laws do not allow us to borrow for recurrent expenditure.
Yes.
The Central Bank of Kenya is the entity we can borrow from, and there's a ceiling as to what you can borrow for current expenditure. What the law allows you to borrow for is for development.
Right. Correct. So now, the foreign debt, on the other hand, however, Because we had Eurobond, we had Eurobond 2, and then we have the SGR debt, and then of course some of these debts I am telling you about, the multilateral debts and the bilateral debts with the European powers.
Jesus Christ.
So some of it again is you borrow to pay, because you see, like Eurobond 1, we had to go to IMF to borrow to pay.
So it's like me borrowing money to pay rent, but I owe City that money now. Okay.
And then now, but City's debt comes up, you come to me.
Then I borrow you, I pay City.
You pay City.
Now I owe you money.
Now you owe me money. So like in this case, we borrowed from the IMF to pay Eurobond. The point I'm trying to say is, hizo stories za Uhuru achana nayo. He paid 5 trillion.
Ilikuwa ni story.
Hiyo ni story. The truth of the matter is he left us with debt, and his debt regime was the heaviest. So hiyo story achana nayo tutafadhali. We can discuss other happier things.
Right. So the Jubilee government lied to us.
The Jubilee government lied to us, in as much as the Kenya Kwanza government has lied to us. So don't be misled to believe that we were in a better position during the Jubilee administration. They are all bad.
So did President Kibaki ever pay any of his debts and the debts
Absolutely.
that he inherited from President Moi?
Yes, he did. You pay. There are some you pay, and then you take new ones. But you see, by the time he's leaving, I think we were at 2 trillion or 3 trillion.
We had not even gotten to 2 trillion.
Yeah.
We were at 1.8 or something.
It was, yes.
Yes, and the monies that he had borrowed for development, you saw it.
Yes.
And we even know what it cost. Like we keep being told that Thika Super Highway cost 30 billion. We
30
know.
billion.
You only benchmark tunajua. So ukitaka kujua what 30 billion can do. Kwenda Thika Super Highway, uangalie vizuri, uone hii 30 billion inatembea hapo. Unaona hiyo? And then look at what it also did to the development of that particular area where the road passes through. Ilifungua kabisa. However, in my opinion, it was not the right economic decision to have made.
Okay. So
now
it's
you're
just
being
like when you marry a woman, you have children, but she was not the right one to marry.
If it's a man speaking on the subject matter, that's a man who's running away from a decision he made.
Ujipata na watu nakuuliza, City huyu ndio wife yako?
ile kahawa umekunywa leo bwana.
Alianza asubuhi.
By the way, City ndio ni supply na coffee. Parting shots, we are now done. Are we headed in the right direction as far as the economic survey given by government last week is concerned?
The survey exposes the underbelly of our economic situation, which is we are decelerating in growth. If nothing is done to address some of the things we've talked about here, we might grind to a halt, and that's not a very good place to be. And the best comparison to that would be Moi's last term, where we actually ground to a halt, and in fact started growing in negative terms.
Okay.
There is need to address the debt situation. There is need to address the tax situation. There is need to attract investment so that then we can be competitive enough. And there's really need to address this procurement where we give all the contracts to foreign governments. We can actually empower and build capacity locally so that that money circulate here.
Okay. There's a bill in parliament by Keep Your Woman Rep. Perhaps when it comes to effect, that will change.
Indeed.
All right.
Asante sana.
Karibu sana. Thank you so much, Ramogi, for coming through. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. More than 367 households in Odiria, Amoni and Kororuma villages in Amukura West Ward in Busia County are counting losses after devastating floods swept through their homes and farms following days of intense downpour. Local MCA Boniface Erute says several residents have been swept away by flooded rivers. He added that the most affected persons are the elderly who have been displaced.
Leo hii tumepata kwamba kuna nyumba ambazo tumeona zimeathirika, watu hawajaweza kulala, wazee wameumia sana kwa sababu kuna wale umri zimeenda, imekuwa changamoto kwao zaidi. Lakini pia utaona kwamba kwa ile mvua ambayo inaendelea sasa, households 367 zinaathiriwa na hii flooding ambayo imefanyika leo. Na ukiangalia kwamba katika hiyo hali livelihoods zimeharibika. And I'm calling upon the office of the governor that is handling the issue of emergencies to step in with immediate effect.
Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has urged former President Uhuru Kenyatta to withdraw from active politics and take on a unifying elder statesman's role instead. Speaking at a public event, Murkomen said Kenyatta's continued involvement in partisan politics undermines the dignity of his former office. He added that Kenyatta should instead serve as a symbol of national unity and provide guidance to current leaders.
Tangu aende retire hapo, alikuwa anaenda kuwa consulted usiku. President Uhuru anaenda kumwona, Deputy Ruto anaenda kuona, mawaziri wanaenda kumtembelea, wanasikia mawaidha yake, wanajiendea, na tulikuwa tunamheshimu sana mpaka siku yenye alipumzika. Sasa huyo ndio alikuwa mzee wetu wa area. Sasa juzi mzee wetu Uhuru ameretire. Ukweli ama sio kweli? Sasa yeye badala ya kuchukua ile ushukani ya mzee ya boma, ndio shida ikikuwa katika inji, yeye ndio angeita sisi.
Murang'a Governor Irungu Kang'ata has questioned the role of the United Democratic Alliance in strengthening the popularity of its rival, the Democracy for Citizens Party. Speaking on Citizen TV, he argued that actions taken by the government are, in his view, unintentionally boosting support for the opposition, including allegations of violence against opposition supporters. Kang'ata has since declared he will not be running for office under UDA ticket in 2027 polls.
Okay, for me it's neither here or there. The only part I would comment on that is what is the role UDA has done to make DCP popular, which is, from where I see it, the opposite of how things ought to be. I say so because, DCP is a competitor of UDA. But UDA, or rather the government, has been doing actions whose net effect is to make DCP more popular.
Police in South Africa have recovered human remains during a dramatic search operation in a crocodile-infested river following the disappearance of a businessman swept away by floodwaters last week. An officer was lowered from a helicopter into the Komati River in the country's northeast in a high-risk effort to retrieve the remains. He told News 24 that approaching the animal was not the best place to be, highlighting the risk involved. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Kenya will only send one team, the 4x400 mixed relay, to the 2027 World Athletics Championships in Beijing after failing to qualify in the other relay events. At the Debswana World Athletics Relays held at the Gaborone National Stadium in Botswana, Kenya narrowly missed automatic qualification in the men's 4x100 meters relay despite setting a new national record of 38.27 seconds. The team led by Ferdinand Omanyala finished third behind China and Ghana. Kobbie Mainoo celebrated his new contract by scoring the winner that swept Manchester United back into the Champions League as they clinched a 5-goal thriller against Liverpool at Old Trafford. United led 2-0 at the break thanks to early goals from Mateus Cunha and Benjamin Sesko. However, Liverpool turned the contest on its head immediately after halftime as Dominic Szoboszlai and Cody Gakpo capitalized on errors to level. However, United had the last laugh in the match. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. It is now 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? Big shout out to all of you who are tuned in. There's one message here by Alando Zimeni Capture Besema. Guys, the Maraga Omtata Wanjigi ticket just added an extremely qualified treasury CS to their portfolio. Are they talking about Ramogi, who was here earlier on?
I suspect so.
Ramogi sasa aenda itishe hiyo kiti
Hapana.
ya treasury.
These political things don't come that way, bro. It's you may be knowledgeable, but you have to have a sponsor.
Yeah.
You seriously, politically, you have to have someone who's pushing your agenda, because for every Ramogi, there'll be 3 others.
Okay.
In this country, in terms of people who are qualified, I believe you meet one person, believe me, there are others who can come and claim the same.
Yeah.
So the question is, how different are you?
True story. Yeah. In studio, we do have someone who was here last week. Lakini kidogo wakati ulimpa kisogo, but today he has said that he's going to be here early enough so we can have that very important conversation. We want to talk about the 2027 roadmap, why we need to employ the transgenerational conversation strategy. I'm talking about the CEO and Commission Secretary of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, sorry, Dr. Daniel Mutegi Giti. Daktari, good morning and once again welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, Buvi. Good morning, City Muga, and it's a pleasure to see you this morning.
Yes.
And I really said I must pay the debt, and therefore I came early today.
No, umefanya vizuri
to engage my people.
How was your Labor Day?
Very relaxing. Of course, enjoying the fruits of Kenyans that we have labored in the last 61 or 2 years since independence, and enjoying the countryside, of course.
Yeah. Oh, ulienda ushago
Yes.
Good to hear. Ulituletea kitu kutoka huko?
Tutaongea hiyo baada nyuma ya tete.
Haya, sawa.
Yes.
Daktari, let's just get right into it. But before we do that, Siti Muga will share with you our proverb for this day. We are in the country of Gabon.
Gabon, Central Africa or near.
Yes, it is.
Your area.
Your area. It is west.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Siti, over to you.
Thank you. The capital of Gabon is called Libreville.
Oh.
Yes.
Pronunciation.
I was telling Paul in the previous hour.
Yeah.
That the family of Bongo ruled this country for 56 years.
Ali Bongo.
Ali Bongo is the son of Omar Bongo.
Oh, okay, yes.
In 1967 to 2007, Omar Bongo alikuwa president.
Yes.
Akawachia kazi his son Ali Bongo, who took over until 2023. When the people of Gabon said, thank you very much, and there was a coup, and that was the end of the 56-year rule.
Yes.
Now the proverb, a fool looks for dung where the cow never browsed. A fool looks for dung where a cow never browsed.
What do you make of that particular proverb?
A fool looks for dung where a cow never browsed. In other words, browsing is like
grazing,
feeding. Oh, yeah. Is that a fool will look for solutions or ideas where they may not be found. Because if you're looking for cow dung, where the cows never grazed,
surely, what are you doing?
Surely, you may never get anything there.
Yes.
So a fool would look for ideas or solutions in a place where they are not likely to be found.
True.
Or where ideas may not be found. For example,
I like the solutions aspect.
Yeah.
If you're looking for solutions, bwana, enda malizi neza.
Know where you can get the solutions.
Exactly.
That's a powerful proverb.
Yeah. Thank you, Daktari. Now, let's get down to business on this transgenerational conversation, something I'm very well familiar with because we had a conversation around it for several weeks.
Yeah.
Transgenerational is something that was, in terms of the conversation, is something that was introduced as a concept by the late Raila Odinga, but it is something that has been going on for a very long time, whether it's in our family settings, business settings, and so on and so forth, because we learn from the previous generations how we can implement it and employ it in the current times. But it seems like at one point there was some friction around that concept. What do you make of it right now?
Let me say, first of all, the transgenerational conversations, the late Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga came up with an idea of a conclave, where he wanted, a conclave is like what happens with the election of the Pope.
Yes.
It's a few bishops and cardinals who go and secure themselves and come up with a Pope.
Right.
Yeah, after the white smoke, for those of us who are Catholics. But for the transgenerational conversations idea, it had been started earlier by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission in 2024.
Wow.
In the wake of the Gen Z revolt, where the Gen Zs revolted and pushed for the cancellation of the finance bill 2024, and there were riots and displeasure and demonstrations all over. So the National Cohesion and Integration Commission was tasked as a commission, of course, that it ensures peaceful coexistence and harmonious coexistence among Kenyans. It had to come up with a solution to that. And therefore they came up with the transgenerational conversation, which was meant to bring all the generations that are alive in Kenya to a discussion or to the table. Because as it were, even in 2022, as we were going to the general election in 2022, there was a lot of voter apathy. The commission would engage youths, and they would say that we are not interested because voting does not count. But the commission started coming up with ideas of engaging the young people. Some dialogues started with the young people, which culminated in the transgenerational conversations of 2024.
Right.
Where the Gen Z, for example, the millennials, the Gen X, the baby boomers, the silent generation, the lost generation, could come together. And at first in 2024, when the commission gathered these people, the Gen Z did not want to come up or come out to talk because they were fearing that if they came out, they would be identified, then abducted and arrested and forced taken to court, jail.
Right.
So, but over time, they were convinced that because Willy Mutunga came there representing the baby boomers, Getu Wakaengeri came there representing the generation of Mau Mau, which would be the silent generation. Some Gen X represented by Jerry Kabeberi, for example, came on board.
Right.
And then others now. When the Gen Z saw this profiling, they were also able to come on board, and therefore they engaged so much. And many issues were found to be the reasons why Kenya is not peaceful and why Kenya is not progressing the way it should come.
Right.
And I don't know whether there are time to explain it, but we found out that there are 5 reasons why Kenya is not peaceful.
This is now the NCIC.
The NCIC now.
Okay.
We did a detailed study after these discussions.
Okay.
And they found out that there are 5 reasons why Kenya is not peaceful. And why it might even happen in 2027. Why we could see demonstrations and riots. Because these 5 reasons, some of them have not been addressed. The number one reason why Kenya is not peaceful is the issue of lack of trust in government institutions. Many people, of course, the trust is being built. Of course, we are urging government entities to build more trust through forums. I've seen radio generations attracting high-level government officials, which is a good thing, because that's how government institutions will gain trust.
Yes.
In that time, we found out that government institutions are not trusted. In fact, they rank number 3 after the religious leaders, after, I don't know,
They don't have trust in religious leaders as well?
No, they rank number 3 in terms of the trust. The highest institutions that was highly trusted is the religious leaders.
Okay.
Yeah, number 1. Then number 2 was things like universities or institutions of higher learning. Then government institutions will come third.
Now,
the rest.
Is it the institutions that Kenyans have an issue with, or the people leading or heading those institutions?
You see, the institutions and the people heading those institutions. Sometimes it is difficult to separate the NCIC from the CEO or from the commissioners.
Right.
You cannot separate because they are there to make things work. So therefore, is the institutions and also the individuals heading those institutions.
For example, one of the institutions I know Kenyans have an issue with is the police service. Because they say, they collect a lot of bribes or they harass Kenyans and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, Kenyans will still go to the police seeking help. If you are robbed, you go report to the police. If you need a certificate of good conduct, you go to the DCI and so on and so forth. So you'll find that we're in this symbiotic relationship whereby it's I need you, but I don't love you.
I don't trust you.
I don't trust you. Yes. So that is what came out from your survey.
That's what came out because like the police, if we look at the anti-corruption or what we look at the economic survey of the bribery survey, the corruption survey, you will see the national police always ranking top as the most corrupt. But that doesn't mean that all the police men or women are corrupt.
Right.
It's a few elements within the police service who the leadership of the national police service should take action on. And that's why we have the IPOA, we have other institutions, even the internal affairs unit of the police to be able to address such issues.
Which I don't understand why we have IPOA and them, but yes.
Yeah, the very fact that Kenyans still go to the police despite having low levels of trust means that it is an opportunity to the police service to improve and to make amends with the Kenyans. It means they like the institution, but they have a problem, the few elements that need to be removed. For example, let's go to the second thing that why Kenyans are not cohesive. The second thing that why Kenyans are not cohesive is what you call the moral decadence of the social fabric in Kenya. The way traditionally movie and the city and the high would be disciplined, for example, by anybody in the society, and they would take it rightly. Nowadays, even if you try to discipline a young person, it might be difficult. Even your own child, sometimes it might be a problem.
Right.
So we are saying there's a moral decadence. The social fabric, as we used to know it as Africans, for example, has been degraded.
Why?
The morals, the values that we held dear are no longer valuable now. For example, people may value quick wealth over handiwork and honesty. For example, people may value quick wealth wherever it is coming from, and that's why corruption grows. People might want quick fixes for things, and again that one affects the way we are peaceful. That's why we have a lot of land grabs, for example. Even public land, even land that is supposed to be a riparian. You have seen that problem in Nairobi now. People are building on riparian zones. Therefore, it is the decadence of the moral social fabric, as the cause number 2 of,
how does this decay manifest?
The decay manifests in the values that we hold dear. For example, when we were growing up, discipline, honesty, handiwork, not lying, cheating was abhorred in the society. But now, because of the values we hold dear, people cheat, lie, grab land. You see a poor child is nearby, you cannot pay even school fees, and you have the ability to pay. You see students or pupils being sent away from school all the time, and that areas are all the branch of leaders. You saw what happened in Kitui the other day. 70 people were killed because of banditry, because the values that the human life does not matter to some people, and therefore that's the manifestation. City Muga.
If you look at the cultural norms that we speak of, they also came with paternalism, or a paternalistic attitude towards life. That in and of itself was not bad, but the discriminatory element, where as it has been argued, the girl child was not considered as an equal to the boy child.
Yes.
So the opportunities at a certain time which were easily afforded to the
Boy
so-called boy child
Yeah.
was not afforded the girl child.
The girl child.
But we are no longer there.
Yeah.
What we have are remnants of some of these negative norms that we had.
Yeah.
But if we look at the manifestation of the decay of our moral standards,
Yeah.
it means instead of adhering to what we had, we have adopted other norms.
Yeah.
Where did these norms come from?
These norms have come because of course, we have globalization. The global village now. We are looking at values that are held by Western countries. We are no longer the Ubuntu. Remember, in African societies, we adhere to the Ubuntu philosophy of you are because I am. It is no longer working in most African societies. They would like. There's a lot of capitalism. There's a lot of there are too many societies. There's organic society and mechanic society. So sociologically, we traditionally we were very organic, meaning a lot of Ubuntuism. You would go and feed at your uncle's place. You would go and get school fees from your uncle. You would be clothed there.
You could actually go and live there.
You could even go and, like me, I lived with my uncle for a long time when I was a young boy. So meaning there was a lot of Ubuntuism and organic society concepts. But now there's a lot of mechanic society. You live for your nuclear family. Even within the nuclear family, there are a lot of divisions also. The society is no longer the whole of society approach when it comes to bringing up children or when it comes to addressing societal issues. You are left alone.
You see, that's a con.
Yeah.
Why I'm calling it a con is
Yes.
if you look at Western societies,
Yes.
where these norms came from,
Yeah.
those norms apply to the hoi polloi.
Yes.
The upper classes and those who in countries that had monarchs are landed gentry,
Yeah.
they still maintain the traditional values we had.
Yes.
They know all their relatives to the fifth cousin 3 times removed.
Yes.
But the wananchi watukufu,
Yes.
nuclear, wewe, watoto wako, mke
Bibi
wako,
yako,
full stop.
full
Bibi yako is a bit far also.
It's a bit far.
Yeah.
Okay.
As cousin, that's really far.
That's far.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what bothers them is not your concern.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You look after your own.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to understand the full manifestation of this,
Yeah.
where the self is upheld higher than the collective.
Yes.
That is why,
Yeah.
as you get older,
Yeah.
you're packaged and warehoused
Yes.
in those places.
Yeah.
They call them an old people's home.
Old people's homes.
Now, yes, but you're
I
packaged.
know.
You're in your warehouse because essentially,
Yeah.
you are taken there.
And kept there.
Ukae huko,
Yes.
wewe ukitembelewa.
Exactly.
Ukufie huko.
Yeah, now we were different.
Yeah, we were different. Yeah.
We lived with our elderly,
Yes. Yes.
and it taught there's so much you learned as a
From-
young child
Yeah.
when you are in the company of these older people.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't sit you down to teach you.
No.
Just watching how they go about their business, how they relate to people and so forth.
Yes.
That sense of community
Yeah.
is the thing that we had. Now, if you look at the same countries I'm referring to,
Yeah.
they understand it very well.
Yes.
We didn't invent the word cartel, they did.
Yeah, they invented, yes.
What it means is people of a certain ilk
Yeah.
who gang up together to pursue a common interest.
Yeah.
But they pursue it because they have a common interest
Yeah.
and they share certain commonalities.
Yes.
Now, that is what we adopted.
Yeah.
Now, if the pursuit that somebody has is not the welfare of the group,
Yeah.
but the welfare of the individual,
Yeah.
then it will not matter to you if you grab a playground.
Yeah. Because the values.
It doesn't really matter. It's land as
Yeah.
far as you're concerned.
Yeah.
It will not matter to you
Yeah.
if a road reserve was allocated for a highway,
Yeah,
which
highway.
is 120 meters on either side as opposed to 50.
Yeah.
You will see it as land you can
As a
buy.
plot.
Yes. So, and if you give it time,
Yes.
we normalize it.
Yes. So does it mean, City Muga, that the law, let's say the hoi polloi, have been cheated?
The hoi polloi always get the short end of this particular stick, because
Yeah.
even if you look at our politics and our history,
Yeah.
the first cabinet, the first members of parliament, those those people actually genuinely wanted to see Kenya change. If you look at the things that the government set in motion, look at the settlement schemes across the country, trying to get people to, they actually wanted to see things work. They actually did.
Yes.
There are many things that then came into being. We got introduced to something we didn't know before. Modern day wealth.
Yes.
And it wasn't cows.
Yes.
It was a cow. I mean, it was a car. It was a stone house. Then you realize you can have 2 houses. Then it occurs to you they can even be 4. So how?
Or 10.
Yes. So how do you get to 4? The real rot, in my opinion, was the Ndegwa Commission.
The Ndegwa Commission that allowed civil servants to do business with the government.
So what would happen? A civil servant, depending on which ministry they worked in, could build houses. And then lease the houses to the government.
Yes.
Now, that, right now, as we speak of it, that, my friend, is a direct conflict of interest. Okay?
So the conflict of interest law or act?
We actually allowed it. We normalized conflict of interest. Because if somebody is a PS, you're an account holder, you're the one in charge of that purse. Can you see what that allows you to do?
A lot of things.
Precisely. And with what? With Pesa Yauma.
Yes.
Okay? So once that is set in motion, there'll be a small clique of people who can do this. So now they form a community of their own. But you see, to make it possible, in the first government that we had,
the Kenyatta government, Kenyatta one,
we had more land than we knew what to do with it. It is true. So you could be allocated land. I know most people don't know this. You could be allocated. The government could advertise and say, kuna hii settlement scheme hapa, watu ambao wanataka kuapply, you apply. And it was balloted. Actually, you could apply and get land.
Without fuss.
You did not need to know anybody. You did not need to have a godfather. You could get land because they wanted land developed. Okay? But the other rot, that's rot number 1 that came in, the Ndegwa Commission. Rot number 2 was the structural adjustment programs.
The SAPs of the World Bank.
Yes. Because they are the ones who introduced our government to selling its assets. The government in power then was Moi's government. Most people don't know. South BC, those golden estates, that's the railway land. Parklands, railway. In fact, the railway and the Catholic Church were the largest landowners in this jurisdiction. Okay? The Catholic Church has retained most of their holdings. Whether the Anglican Church and Presbyterian are Kombali in terms of ownership.
Ownership of land.
Upper Hill, for instance, were PSS and some ministers who lived there. These are government quarters. Kileleshwa, government quarters.
Actually, the houses are still there.
There are few.
There are fewer.
Even if you see the houses, they were long allocated. In the absence of those SAPs, the government would not have been able to allocate, whether it is Posta, Telpa, all these parastatals had houses. They had land. That door was opened. Now, why am I saying the rot? If you're the government in power and you've been told, what are you talking about? You get the government has no business housing people, giving them all these things. The government, who was the best employer, suddenly became the second graded employer. Capitalism set in.
Capitalism.
This is my theory. See, so long as the government was the biggest employer, the government attracted the best brains.
Of course.
The best people. Because you are guaranteed, you're working for government, utapewa nyumba, you will get a car, all the things you want. You could get in government. Now, if we fast forward it, this particular gate had been opened, the horse has bolted, and we've been catching up because successive governments have been trying to rein this monster in. And ningumu sana, because in doing that, we actually told Kenyans there are situations where if somebody's in power, you can get free things.
The value system. Again.
So we corrupted it completely. So here we find ourselves. We will blame one particular government for something that they didn't start. What they're doing is just participating in what has been there.
Aiding the roaring over.
Yes, but it started and it's an ongoing process. Now, the worst thing is this. We get to a point where we no longer think of wrong as wrong, but we categorize wrong. Paying 500 so that I don't have to go to the police station is not considered wrong. That is just an arrangement.
A necessity.
Yes, I have averted an inconvenience. Okay? And if money is lost from state coffers, depends on who has taken it.
Yes.
If it's somebody I know, then no, we need to look into this thing. It may not be true. If it's somebody I don't like, that person should be jailed immediately. You're not even saying, bwana, situende kotini kwanza tujue nini. So Then we create this culture of doing what we are doing now.
Yes.
We now don't act against the things we know are wrong. We just talk about it.
Yes.
And when we talk about it adequately, we feel we've done a good job and we've spoken about it.
Yeah.
But the politician leads this charge and they constantly talk about the same thing. We know in our hearts that many of these politicians don't have a solution for us. We know.
Yeah.
So part of the apathy that we have with voting, because in our hearts we know, even if we elect these people, nothing will really change.
They don't change.
We actually know.
But then we go ahead and elect them.
We do. The younger people, more so this group that we refer to as not the boomer, the
Gen Z.
No, not the
The
Gen Z,
millennials.
the millennials.
Yeah.
They experienced it earlier. They
Yeah.
realized not much changes here.
Yeah.
Okay. So and the group we refer to them.
Am I the only hopeful one? Out of that group of millennials.
Actually, you're not as hopeful as you think. You're not as hopeful as you think, because if I were to ask you to participate in change, as in holding somebody to account. Don't forget MCA. Among your friends.
Yes.
Somebody who always buys people drinks and you know very well this guy takes bribes.
Yeah.
Telling him, Chief, I can't take you.
Enda pole pole.
Naomba msamaha siwezi. Mimi nikununulia lakini mimi siwezi kunywa. Na siwezi kunywa kwa sababu I know how you make your money.
I know your source of money.
Yes. Na hiyo pesa mazee tunaua watu mahali. That money should have gone to do ABCD and the other people now. You forget MCA, forget MP. The people we know, because we have people we hang out with who participate in these processes.
So in other words, City More, you're saying if we have to change this value system, and the NCSC is very committed to working with the Kenyans to change the value system. Because to realize the values and the ethos are part of the enablers or the foundations of the achievement of the Vision 2030. If we are to achieve the three pillars, socio-economic, political pillars of the Vision 2030, we should start with the values, start with the infrastructure, ICT, science, technology, innovation, and peace, cohesion, and security. But values again become very important.
Before you mention number 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
How is it places like Japan have got those values? We see them, we're actually talking about them in the previous hour.
Yeah.
We see what they do after things such as World Cup, where after their match, they dispose of it before they disperse to their, their homes. How do we get to inculcate those kinds of values in a nation?
The values in a nation can be inculcated through deliberate educational systems. The way we are educated, both from the society, the whole of society approach, and also in the education institutions. Remember, as City Moga was saying, we don't get education alone from the education institutions. We get it even from our older people. People are older than us, 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years than us. We get something as we interact with them. There's something that is unique about Japanese. There's something about the Swiss, the people from Sweden, people from US, people from UK. There's something that tells them that, or tells you these are UK national, these are US citizen, these are Swiss, these are Japanese, like collecting the garbage after a football match. So that's why NCSC has been working with the like-minded partners, including the media, to do something we call Kenyan Daima campaign. How do we become distinctively Kenyan? How do we inculcate? Remember, there's a time when one media, I don't know whether in the rules of media it's important to mention the media, but let me mention this because it's a global case. One time in the reign of President Uhuru, CNN branded Kenya as the hotbed of chaos. And you saw Kenyans on Twitter rallying behind the Mukenya Daima slogan, such that they blasted.
Oh yes, they did.
Blasted CNN until CNN had to vice president had to come to Nairobi to apologize. That's what we are calling about being Kenya. What can we do collectively as individuals living in the Kenyan space? Because we have Kenya as our own country. What can we do to distinctively become a Kenyan? Those unique traits that Mkenya anasimama kwa ajili ya Mkenya mwingine. Mkenya anatetea haki. Mkenya anataka undugu, umoja. Ile filosofia nyayo tu, how can we rally behind unity, peace, love? peace, love, and unity, for example, and being something Kenyan, liking something Kenyan. Like the government has been promoting something, we say, buy Kenya, build Kenya.
Yes.
How many people can buy the brands of Kenya if there are any product being made in Kenya? If you are ambassador of Germany here in Nairobi and you drive a Toyota,
it's a problem.
It's a problem. the culture of Germany won't allow you to do that.
Yes.
If you are from US, you should drive the Lincoln car, or I don't know what they call them, or the other car.
There's a Lincoln Escalade,
you know.
But they drive VXs.
So we are saying we need to we need to do something that makes us uniquely Kenyan. That togetherness, that ability to rally together. You have seen a lot of Kenyans rallying when there's famine in the other part of the country. They contribute. You know, that's the spirit I want Kenyans to exhibit also in the elections. To be able to say this one is a thief. This one is rotten. This one is not delivering. This one can deliver. And then chase away those people cannot do.
I like that Mkenya Daima thing. You'll give us more details on it.
Yes.
So to party number 3, 4, and 5.
Number 3, the reason why Kenya is not peaceful, according to that survey by NCSC, was the bad governance. You see, there's a lot of. We realized then that there was a lot of bad governance.
Right.
Even now, you realize that the way we allocate resources is not right. We have wrong priorities. For example, the economic survey has just been released.
Yes.
And you have seen the manufacturing sector only grew by 2%.
Imagine that.
The economy also grew by 4.6%. Some sectors that are key to even agriculture, though it grew by 23%, or contribution to GDP was 23%. But there are many things that are missing. There's a lot of missing links, even in agriculture.
I remember agriculture was number 1 at one point.
Yes, well, of course, even now it's number 1. Economic HANA, you know, agriculture is our mainstay as a country. But there are many things that we're not doing to make Kenya, that agriculture thrive and provide for Kenya. So that bad governance affect the way goods and services are provided, affect the distribution of help, for example, affect the distribution of scholarships. And when the MP or the MCA or the women rep is allocating bursaries, you see Alinda allocating an Indian student 2,000 ati amewasaidia sana 2,000. That's bad governance. Because if you are helping a student, can you give them something that can help them?
Substantial.
You know? Substantial. Then when we look at the energies in DF, we have been talking about energies in DF being that thing being disbanded and then given to the national government or the executive. Because you see an MP constructing a culvert that after 3 years it is swept by the rains because it is not done as per the standards. Therefore, it endangers more lives when it is there than when it is not.
You've just mentioned I live in Machakos County. So every morning I have to drive to Nairobi.
Yes.
There's a road that is constructed in that particular area. And it's because I frequent the market there.
Yes.
That thing was constructed in January.
Yes. This year.
This year, 2026.
2026.
If you come to that road today, we are in May. Utashanga kama kulijengwa barabara. Yes. You will think this road is probably 50 years old. It is a county road constructed by the county government. And you see, I agree with you because when we talk about governance and we are talking about when you do something quality,
substantial,
something that generations will come and say, indeed, here a road was constructed by my county.
Yes.
But I mean,
that's what they're calling bad governance. The way goods and services are veiled, the way the way Rindas talk, for example, you see Rindas at all levels who talk rundly, who are rude to the electorate, who are the employers. You know, even the president says that. My government, my government, and he says the citizenry are my employers. You know, it means the citizenry. I said the other time when I came here that the highest office in any land is the office of the private citizen.
My office, for
your
example.
office, it's the highest office, and therefore bad governance was the third reason why Kenya was not peaceful. Then the fourth reason why Kenya was not peaceful is what to call structural inequalities. We have a lot of structural inequalities. When you look at the way Kenyans, for example, there's a study by Oxfam that said that about 277 families in Kenya control 70% of the economy. of Kenya.
277
families
control
in Kenya
70%.
control 70% of the economy of Kenya. You can, you know, in 56 million people,
yes,
277 families means essentially is 277 against 56 million Kenyans, because 277 is very negligible. It's 0.00000
in terms of percentage.
In terms of percentage.
Yeah.
So therefore, it is these very few people
right
controlling 70% of the economy. It means, therefore, there's a lot of structural inequalities that if we don't address, then we are likely to get more trouble. And we're likely to get more issues. That's why the economy must be made to work for the common man.
Okay.
The opportunities must be availed to the young people. Employment opportunities must be generated. Counties must not be spending more money on recurrent expenditure than on development expenditure. Many counties, for example, return money, development votes every year. They don't use the development vote, but they will use the recurrent expenditure, even of Ampuro, the recurrent expenditure.
You know, when I'm going to my Ushago in Kitui County, the moment I leave Machakos County like this, actually even between Nairobi and Machakos, the city now, forget the county, hapa katikati unatafutanga development, na tunasikianga counties have been given since devolution to the tune of trillions.
In fact, I was counting that about 6 trillion has gone to counties since devolution.
I do not see that development in that area. Then, of course, when I get to Kitui, I still don't see it. I travel this other side of Western Kenya. Akina tafutanga 6 trillion.
How would this development, what would it look like if you saw it? Or when you look at it, okay, here in your development.
Because you just find emptiness, wilderness, sometimes trees, sometimes just savanna.
But the road you are using, how is the road you are using?
Some
how
roads,
is the water?
Some roads are good.
How is the electricity?
Some roads. Sasa hapo unaona hapo kwa stima. Now like, that's another demon altogether. There are some places, even my own Ushago. Shida ni stima ni shida. You know, so
and the stima was ilikuwa shida bana Mbuvi. Because Kenya is essentially along the equator. We have a lot of solar energy.
And that's
why should we not invest in solar energy? Geothermal energy.
Kwanza nasikianga installing solar. I have not installed, but nasikianga kuinstall solar is a pain in the behind.
No, it's not.
The reason it's
expensive.
It used to be.
It used to be, but the reason why it may also be a little pain is because of the taxes and because of the levies that we impose. The government policy should encourage solarization by reducing the taxes that are applicable to solar program, that are applicable to the panels, the batteries, and even manufacturing. Meru University, for example, has pioneered the development of solar energy, technologies to manufacture. Machakos University is also doing the same, and other universities. So they just need to be supported to be able to generate. So we are saying that for the point, in structural inequalities, that the reason why we need to address them, the reason why any Rinda, from the top to the lowest, most Rinda, should be thinking about how do we address the structural inequalities. Because that's where the reason goons are coming. Because these young people have nothing to do. Therefore, if a politician comes with 100,000 and can give them 100 shillings each, they join him and go to chaos. The structural inequalities are a big problem. And number five, because I know the other questions, is now the issue of the transgenerational tensions. And that's the fifth reason why Kenya is not peaceful. The transgenerational tensions.
Explain.
That we have, like in most part of this country, you have young people who are waiting for their parent to die so that they may inherit their property. So the younger generation have a lot of tensions with the older generations.
Wait, they're actually waiting for them to die. Like it is something they have intentionally decided.
It's a target.
It's a target.
They are targeting their parents to die so that they get this wealth. Because again, there's some gaps. We have not trained our children, for example, how to do business that we'll be doing. The Indians, for example, let me use the Indians here, are very good at transgenerational wealth. You know, an Indian shop owner will train their young person how to handle. When they are gone, the young person will continue. Then the young person will hand over.
And they also expand their businesses.
They expand their businesses.
They just don't continue with it as it was.
Yeah, it was. But now in most of the Kenyan societies, we are not encouraging transgenerational wealth creation. We are not transferring vital skills to our young people. We're not, even governments are not, whether county or national, they're also not, again, doing a lot of, programs programs to bring on board the young people. You see promotions, for example. You see some young people are not getting promoted. We're only promoting maybe very old people, or we are promoting people based on other things. We are not doing delivery, but government, of course, over the last years has been doing the issue of the internship program, has been doing the issue of succession management, has been doing a lot of programs to alleviate that, because we realize also in government that there are those tensions. People always praying for their seniors to go to heaven so that they can take their positions. So we are saying there's a lot of transgenerational tensions that can be ignited by a small spark. For example, some family dispute, and you see children killing their parents, saying maybe they are witch doctors. You have seen some family in some counties. If I grew up there,
they lynch their
they will start lynching, and they start thinking that the guys are old or they are witch doctors. This is not true. So therefore, this is all because of the transgenerational tensions, and that's why the Gen Zs have been saying that we, the older generations, do not know anything. They are the ones who know something, and vice versa. The older generation say Gen Z don't know anything. They are the ones who know something
because they have more experience,
more years. You know, so those are the tensions we are talking about, and that's why even as we go to 2027, we must sustain the transgenerational conversations so that we diffuse the tensions. We show the young people and the older people that both need each other. Those in government, those in counties, those in the rural areas, wherever they are, both of us are needed.
You know, when I was young and stupid, I used to think, that's the way you've said it. I used to think I know everything. And the old generation, kuna vitu hashikanishi. There's some advice you're given and you're thinking, what is this old man saying?
But Paul, why did you think you were stupid?
Now I am saying, when I reflect, I am looking at that Paul Mongala movie of...
But were you really stupid?
Yes, I was.
I was. You see, Paul, one of the things that youth does, we must be kind to ourselves.
Yes.
As you grow and develop, and as your brain also develops and acquires maturity, there are things you get to understand in ways you'd never understood them before. And because your world exists within the ecosystem of your peers, that's your world. You are not in your parents' world, not really. You live with them, but you're not there. So your perspective will automatically differ. It's a generational issue. It always happens.
But now, City, I'm more open to having conversations with the older folk. I'm more open to the advice, to the point of even implementing
Are you open to listening to people who are half your age?
Yes.
That's what you think. It's them we should ask. Because, oh no, they are the judges here. No, not us. We actually think we're very open-minded.
They would
until you look at a younger person, they say, bro, your mind is all blocked. You can't, and you wonder what this person talking about. This transgenerational discussion doesn't begin with you understanding what you understand. It's trying to understand what that person understands and seeing the world through their lenses. It is not an easy one.
It's not an easy one.
Because it runs contrary to the way you do things in most cases. But you see, we always forget when you get older that you're also young once. And even when you think of yourself as young, that image is distorted. You think of the nicer things about yourself. You never actually look at yourself realistically.
Me, I remember some things, but and I cringe, and I'm like,
you should ask your parents who saw you, and so that they can explain to you and tell you this is what you used to do. You see, we interpret what you do in the terms that suit us. Okay?
And in our lenses.
Yes. The reason why you require somebody who creates that check and balance is so that you have a different perspective. And they offer it to you. And that is why those who are married, men, African men, you'll find in many instances, even in their own homes, they don't talk much. It's learned experience. It is in your interest to observe more than to talk.
That's wisdom now.
And that's what I was saying, again, referring back to young and stupid. I mean, of course, we can look at the definitions differently. But there's a time, and I look back and I tell myself, what was I thinking? What on earth? Some mistakes I made, and I'm thinking,
And that's why we're saying in movie that the transgenerational conversations aims to bring the perspectives of the young people with the older generation. Both generations should be able to look at each other or the other generation and look them from their perspective and be able to interpret and get value, because we are saying the youths have a lot of ideas. They are energetic, they can bring change if they want. Remember, they were able to make the government to postpone or to cancel the finance bill in 2024. Remember, in 2024 these young people were able to publish the finance bill in almost all the languages of Kenya
and broke it down
into simple facts. That's the energy I'm calling upon the young people of Kenya now to embrace and to show, even as we go to 2027, you have the power of research, for example. You have the power of technology. If Daniel Mutegeti is vying for a political seat, you have the power to even analyze him and share the tidbits about him to the public, so that people can understand the kind of person they are voting in, so that they can make informed decisions. Then, if it is the issues being canvassed, the young people have ability to, using their research, to even unearth even issues that are hidden from the common eye. You know, to the older generations also, I say that you have the wisdom, you have the agility, you have seen it all. That wisdom should be expended in building a better Kenya. For example, in showing where we were at some time, because as Solomon says in Ecclesiastes chapter 3, there's nothing new under the face of the earth. So whatever you saw in your time may have repeated itself. So using your wisdom now, share with the general public, share with the Kenyans, and understand that the young people have something to offer and you as older people have something to offer. And both of you matter to the nation. Both of you matter as citizens of Kenya. And therefore you must build a collaboration that uses the young people's energy and the older people's wisdom to build a better, prosperous Kenya.
Okay.
Even as we go to 2027 general election.
Mkenya Daima. It was Mkenya Daima.
Mkenya Daima.
How old is this initiative?
This initiative was started by famous people like V. Masha and others working with the media houses and also working with the NCIC. I think in the year 2008, 2009, after the post-election violence. And it's a narrative and a philosophy that we want to inculcate in the Kenyan minds. That even whatever you do, always remember that when Mkenya Daima, you always remain a Mkenya. Therefore, we need you to embrace unique trait like peace, love, and unity amongst the generation.
It's a very unique thing. Why haven't we had more of it? And now that you've mentioned it, something that started back in 2008. And of course now we remember what happened in 008. It is something that right now should have been on the lips of every Kenyan, perhaps even in curriculums in school from kindergarten all the way to the university.
Last week I was with the State Department for Education because as part of my first 3-year term, I want to work with the Commission to ensure that we can be able to bring these values and ethos into our education system from the lowest level to the highest level. Remember, there's this thing that we talked this before, that the way we have a lot of colonial mind, even the way we behave right away. Remember, in school we value English, we value other subjects, but when it comes to agriculture, which we have just said here is the biggest economic earner, it is even optional.
We shun it.
It is even optional in most of the curriculum. You know, remember when we were growing up, we used to have the 4K club where we be encouraging young people to be farmers. You know, why haven't we incentivized agriculture? Why don't we value agriculture, for example? Why don't we value many people? If you want them to fail interviews, even senior people today, just don't ask them many questions. Tell them to sing the first stanza of our national anthem. Just if I'm an interviewer and I have the sole purpose, I have the sole power, I'll not do many questions.
You'll just ask that
I'll just ask one question. Sing for us the first stanza of the national anthem.
Na kwanza unamwambia do it in Kiswahili.
Kiswahili and in English. Many will fail and I will get very few candidates. Meaning the patriotism, the love for the country, loyalty to the nation has faded.
Daktari, do schools sing the national anthem when they have assembly every day?
I don't think so. I don't think they do.
Because when I was in school, did you guys sing the national anthem?
In primary, yes, we used to sing it on Fridays because that's the day we used to raise the flag, and I was a scout, so yes, we had to sing.
Yeah.
But now that you've mentioned it, in high school,
yes,
I think. Do I remember a day we sang the national anthem? I'm sure there was. It's just that I really can't remember which day.
If you can't remember, it tells you it wasn't frequent enough.
It wasn't frequent.
Yes.
Because you would remember. Yes. Now, if university, you definitely sang nothing.
Of course, you must say.
When did you even have assembly in the university?
No, not assembly. There were always functions that you would have.
Oh no, wait. When functions, because again, I used to perform in a lot of them. We would probably play, not sing, play.
Yeah.
One verse, which obviously I would assume it was the first verse of the national anthem.
Yes.
But no one sang it.
No one sang it.
Now you see, that's the thing.
That's the thing.
Whenever you have functions in the US, let's take US for example, Silvio. There's a football game.
Yes.
Somebody comes to sing the national anthem.
Kwanda it is a celebrity.
Yes, whom everybody knows, and then everybody joins in.
Yes.
And then you wonder why they're so patriotic.
Yes. Because we are not patriotic enough as Kenyans. We don't even know the national anthem. We don't even know the symbols of national unity. You know, the president, for example, the symbol of national unity.
Yes, he is.
The coat of arms and other emblems. So we are saying, as Mkenya Daima and as NCAC, we want to inculcate that culture of patriotism, love for the country, loyalty to the country. You know, if you are loyal to the country or patriotic to the country, for example, and you are a public official, you don't allow charcoal coming from Kisimayo to be smuggled to Nairobi.
Okay.
You don't allow a gun or a weapon. You know, the right weapons we are struggling with in upper Kenya, northern Kenya, and which is killing many Kenyans. It is permitted by people who are supposed to be responsible, but they just look the other way as these weapons are being smuggled into the country. This means they have no love for the country.
Dr. When you get time, perhaps, and if you won't get time, you can send one of your commissioners, or someone from NCIC, to come and we talk about number one, iyo Mkenya Daima, how we can make it a thing, and then number two, what you've just mentioned now, patriotism and nationalism. Perhaps let's talk about whether we have allegiance to the creed or we have allegiance to the culture. Yes.
We will come. Of course, the Manure commissioners are almost coming.
Yes.
We will be bringing them over to, of course, the first station they must pay attention to plenty of generations. Because this is where generations are being shaped.
And we hold you to that word, by the way.
No, I will bring them. I'm sure they come.
I'm
sure they come.
Nikijaribu kumwona kwa TV ingine.
We're sure they come. Thank you.
Dr. We've come to the end. I'll allow you 40 seconds to give us your parting shot.
My parting shot is that all generations matter in Kenya. All people of Kenya matter. All the corners of Kenya matter. There's no inch of Kenya that should be lost or should be not be included. Inclusivity, diversity is what will make Kenya to develop faster.
Thank you. All right. That is Dr. Daniel Mutegigiti. He's the CEO and also the Commission Secretary at the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. This is where we come to an end as far as today's conversation is concerned. But in the next hour, another conversation takes shape. So don't go too far. We will definitely be right back.
Traffic.
It's 9 o'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Economist Odhiambo Ramogi says Kenya's slower economic performance in 2025 is mainly due to domestic policy weaknesses, not global factors, even though global and regional economies are growing steadily. He notes that Kenya's economy grew by 4.6% but says this is a weaker compared to other East African countries, raising concerns about deeper structural problems. Ramogi also questioned official job creation data, saying many claims, especially in construction, are not supported by evidence. He was speaking on Radio Generation today.
We are told that we grew at 4.6%, down from 4.7% in 2024. Now, it is good news that we are still growing. It's not negative growth. There's still growth. But it is bad news that it's decelerating growth for the second year running. Now, if you compare that growth, if you look at the graphs of all these other comparatives that I've given you, before COVID, things were good, and then there was COVID, and then immediately after COVID, 2021, everybody shot up. We were seeing 6%, 7% growth across the globe. And then after that, we corrected in 2022, come back to life, to normal life. Now, post-2022, we've seen steady growth in all these other comparatives, whether it's global, whether it's sub-Saharan Africa, whether it's East Africa, and whether it's our neighbors.
Yes.
With Kenya, however, the graph is similar before COVID, during COVID, after COVID. But then again now, from 2024, now decelerating.
Yeah.
It's not the same growth that we are seeing elsewhere.
President William Ruto has urged opposition leaders to abandon divisive politics and instead focus on presenting their development track record ahead of the 2027 elections. Speaking at a Sunday chart service at AIC Githumu in Kandara, Murang'a County, he said leaders should be judged by their achievements rather than insults, tribal rhetoric, or hate-driven politics.
Kila mtu, hata Biblia inasema kila mtu atabeba mzigo yake. Nyinyi kama watu wa hapa Murang'a, si kila kiongozi anapimwa na ile kazi amefanya? Kuna mtu anapimiwa matusi, kuna mtu anapimiwa mambo ya ukabila, kuna mtu anapimiwa mambo ya chuki. Kila mtu apimiwe na ile kazi amefanya. Kama umejenga kanisa, kama umejenga barabara, umeunganisha stima, umepanga mambo ya kilimo, umesomesha watoto wetu, umepanga mambo ya afya, hapo kila mtu ndiye atafanya nini? Atapimiwa na kazi yake.
Mining Cabinet Secretary Hassan Joho says Orange Democratic Movement remains united and focused on winning power either on its own or through coalitions. Speaking at a leaders' retreat in Mombasa, he urged members to stay disciplined, avoid complacency, and committed to the party's goals, stressing that every 5-year term is crucial.
We've lived it, my friend. Iyo yote, for the 20 years that we've served this party, we have lived it. We have seen it. We have witnessed it. We have. But you can never recreate ODM. ODM is one. ODM is solid. ODM is strong. And ODM is looking for power. And ODM shall get power. ODM shall get power through whatever means.
Rudy Giuliani, the former New York City mayor and longtime ally of Donald Trump, is in hospital in stable but critical condition, according to his spokesman Ted Goodman. In response, Trump described Giuliani as a true warrior and praised his work supporting challenges to the 2020 election results. He also said Giuliani has been treated so badly by political opponents. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. The time right now is 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. City Muga is in the studio. Shout outs to the following folks. That is Alando. How are you doing, Alando? Boaz Waruku saying NCIC should do more. I agree, Boaz. You're saying that they should do more. Uraia collaborated with them to promote the Kwa kuwa wa Kenya wana haki na majukumu campaign. KICD was brought in to have it integrated into the school curriculum. What happened? Jimmy Kwan saying hapo kwa National Arms kulikuwa na interview ya askari akajibu Seska, G3 na AK-47. Oh yeah. Interviews are quite interesting, aren't they? All right, City. Welcome back to the show.
Well, thank you very much, Paul.
All right. So in this hour, we want to have a conversation around civic education, youth leadership, growth in Kenya and across Africa. The missing link indeed. With us is Executive Director, Leap Africa, Kehinde Ayeni. Kehinde, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you, and very much a good morning to you here in Nairobi.
And Paul Sana for your cold.
Thank you.
Yeah, you'll get better. Have they given you hot coffee?
I have one right here, so I'm good.
Does it have ginger in it, some honey perhaps?
No? It's missing ginger.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm sure perhaps after this you will get it. City is going to share with you a proverb from the land of Gabon, the country of Gabon.
Okay.
And perhaps you'll tell us what you think about that proverb, your own interpretation or understanding for that matter.
Sounds good.
City, over to you.
Every week we travel virtually, of course, to an African country, and we pick up proverbs from that country, which we share with our guests. They are fairly simple and straightforward, but we ask our guests to give us their interpretation of the proverb. Okay? Gabon is an interesting country, one, primarily because it's in the area of Africa that we refer to as the Coup Belt.
Okay.
Yes, a geopolitical term that cuts across West Africa, Central Africa, and the Sahara. Quite a large area. Coup Belt because those countries are known more for coup attempts than anything else. Yes. And coup, when the moment you mention coup, the military comes in. Yes, so it's one military ruling, then another, and so forth. Gabon didn't have that problem. They actually had a president. And a family ruled that country for 56 years.
Wow.
Yes, Omar Bongo ruled from 1967 to 2007. Then he handed it over to his son. Yeah, handed it, literally. And in 2023, the people of Gabon decided they had had enough of it, and they removed him. So thus ended the 56 years of the Bongo family ruling that country. But it's a country rich in minerals. It has huge oil reserves. Small country, small population. So it's a wealthy country.
Okay.
Yes, typical of many African countries, when you hear of problems, it's because of the wealth. Somebody has an idea that they should own it, and others have a different idea. And now the proverb.
Okay.
A fool looks for dung where the cow never browsed. A fool looks for dung where the cow never browsed. It's simple. Don't overthink it. Just say what comes to your mind.
I think that it's suggesting the person is looking for a problem or an issue or an opportunity where there isn't any.
Spot on.
I am.
Absolutely, 100%.
Oh, super. Okay.
Yes, you are.
All right.
Now, let's talk a little bit about Leap Africa.
Yes.
Who are you?
Great question. Leap Africa is a youth leadership development non-profit organization. It's almost 24 years old that it was created and founded by Ndidi Wuneli in 2002. And the premise for the organization at the time, and still persists today, is that Africa really deserves and needs a new generation of leaders that are ethical, dynamic, and innovative. And so the mission carries forward today with the intention that the organization can equip and work with young people who can lead innovative process, change, solution as change makers in every sector or industry. And there's a big mandate upon us for us to continue to achieve this through our different objectives programmatically. How do we do our work? How do we exercise our mission? I think in many ways it's more about implementation of projects across Africa. This is mainly human capital development, and our work also cuts into community transformation, community development, nation building processes, as some of the things that we do. The organization also must be very clear on the pathways for which it's executing its mission. And so programmatically, we have what we call the 3 E's plus AH, meaning we are working in education at the senior secondary level, where our intervention targets teachers, but our direct beneficiaries and ultimate beneficiaries are the students, where we're trying to increase learning outcomes in the classrooms and change the education sector in that way. And also, when we think about the other 2 E's, the pathways are employability and entrepreneurship, where the focus is again on young people to reduce youth unemployment and also engage young people in livelihood processes and sustaining executing transitions or enabling transitions, so to speak. And the other 2 part of our work is the active citizenship, where you are preparing young people for nation building processes.
Right.
And we are also working with young people to ensure that they exercise their rights as citizens and all that relates to governance and the related electoral process. The last one is a bit novel because it's not a standalone project or program for us. It's mainstream through all our programs, and that is really mental health and well-being, because you cannot separate leadership and a young person's leadership really without thinking about their mental agility. And so we describe ourselves as working within and working for young people, and within this very large programmatic scale that we do is that we belong to a very large ecosystem of implementers, organizations and institutions working on systems that will work while we are also implementing our own core program. So I'm going to pause there just to let you know, give a feel of what we do and who we are.
Just give me an overview of how you interact with the students, specifically in the classroom, so that you can have this change that we are going to be discussing today.
Great. For context, not the average now, the range of the young people we work with is really from 14 to 35, and we do not have engagement directly with students in the classroom at the at the senior secondary level, because we are working through 2 main agents, the teachers who are in the classrooms, and then the young people who find themselves in the classroom through our National Youth Corps, or who have now gone into education because that's the last mean of employment for them. We have this program called the ILEAD program in Nigeria, but when we ventured outside Nigeria and came into 5 African countries, it was called the Transformative Leadership Programs, where we train the teachers, young people, to now cascade the same curriculum in the classrooms. Our engagement, to answer your question directly, is to go back into the classroom and measure the outcomes, measure the impact of what has been done, how the curriculum is taking root and taking effect. They also implement community change projects, which is where we have more interactions to understand where is the direction of the community transformation going to happen or core, and then we can also facilitate funding for that. But beyond the students, we also engage with undergraduates and postgraduates. So if you want me to talk about that, I'm very happy to let you understand how else we are engaging at that level.
I guess we have some time. Maybe you can just touch on it a little bit.
Great. So when we move away from the secondary and move to undergrads, we have our learning management systems that allows us to democratize our leadership curriculum or curricula, so to speak. Our undergraduate program targets undergrads in almost 200 plus universities in Nigeria right now under our youth leadership program, and it's delivered virtually. However, we still go to the universities. You can imagine 200 plus universities. Can we really go to all these universities? We can't do that. And
Nigeria is huge.
It's massive. The landmass is massive.
It's massive,
And so you've got to think about what is the cost-effective ways to reaching and connecting. So we work with groups that are domiciled within the institutions already. We work with the student associations, student unions, student bodies to also galvanize and create a movement on those campuses. However, we also go into the campus when we want to do our finale and rallies, because we have 2 ways of engaging them directly as an organization.
Yes.
The first one is for the debates where we are putting schools against each other, pitting against each other, University A versus University B. So we go on campus, do a rally. And what is it about? It's really talking about democracy and other aspects of life, really. The debates can come from every streams.
Yes.
And then the other side of it is those who are on the sustainability tracks. How are we pushing for the sustainable development goals? Which young person even is aware or wants to be a social activist in future? This is where we come in and say, so beyond going to a virtual curriculum that they've done for weeks, they come into a more structured, more intimate way of engagement with us. So that's another way that we work with students directly on campuses.
Right. But this is specifically in Nigeria. Does it happen in other countries where you're present? Senegal, Kenya, and so on?
No. Unfortunately, this project is nationwide, only in Nigeria.
All right.
And the work we're trying to do is to see how we can also replicate this success outside of Nigeria.
All right. Wow. I like the fact that you said it's successful. So it is successful.
Absolutely right.
With measurables and, like you can measure the success and say this is where we were and this is where we are right now.
Absolutely right. I can. Just to give you an example of some of these things, you come into a youth leadership program. Some people are already aware of their own power and agency. Where we come in is to see how much agency we can unlock for young people. And we see that outcome translate even in the short term, where they are saying, now I have information, or now I want to exercise my rights, now I want to be a part of this, or now I want to make certain decisions around my own future. So the measurements that we are doing transcends from community all the way to start with the personal.
Yes.
It must start with the self, the self-awareness component, how you are also charting your own vision and mission in life and goals, how you are plugging into societal social good and benefit, and how this is translating into what your future pathways can be, whether you want to be a social entrepreneur or whether you want to be a change agent in an organization that you find yourself. We can see that transformation happening. And for those who have taken it upon themselves, who have emerged winners of the debate, for example, they are awarded some grants. They put it back into projects that have a life of its own today, and they're still running. And for some, they create products that serve the community. My favorite is an example of this chemistry undergrads who used orange peels to create anti-vaccine repellent. Mosquito repellent from chemical peel. Now, these were students with technical knowledge, but because there is a need in the community where there was massive mosquito raid, mosquito incidents, and malaria incidents.
Yes.
Thank you for borrowing the word infestation.
Yes.
And malaria outbreaks. They created something free for the community. Do you know how much it costs to buy a repellent? And do you think somebody that is in poverty is going to buy repellent?
Not everyone can afford it.
No one is going to pay for that. So they did that. So this is, can you imagine if they patent that? Because I don't think they've gotten to that point yet.
All right.
But you can imagine the future that it holds, where they can now manufacture a service, a product, and take that and become their own entrepreneur.
Are you able to incubate those ideas and perhaps even get funding for them?
This is one of the things we want to do. We haven't done that yet because we are running different accelerator programs.
All right.
And so to go into an incubation also requires funding. We require more resources than we really can accommodate. But the good thing about the outcomes we've seen in our youth leadership program and all our leadership programs in general is it's a stepping stone. So now they know who to go to or who can provide that second level of support.
All right.
How do you relate with the Ministry of Education, the Federal Ministry of Education of Nigeria?
Oh, brilliant. I'll start with the state ministry because we are based in Lagos, which is where our headquarters is. However, we have another office in Abuja, so we shuttle between those two cities. In Lagos State, before you even deploy any program, at the secondary school level, for example, you must go to the ministry. They must give you permission. They must understand what it is you want to do. Then they also recommend the schools that you go into. We have 6 districts in Lagos State. So they tell you there are 6 districts. Where do you want to target? Or based on what you have described, your intervention should target these districts. Then they link you up with the principals then recommend the teachers, and so on and so forth. So yes, there is a good relationship with the Lagos State Ministry of Education, for example, and then the Ministry of Youth itself. We belong to the technical working group that the Honorable Commissioner, is in charge of. The Commissioner of Youth has brought together
another commission.
Specialists,
a technical
or experts.
That is what you're calling the technical working group.
Yes.
Okay.
We are all volunteers. I represent Leap Africa on that body, for example.
Yes.
And what is it that we are doing? We are reviewing the strategy of the states with the commissioner to say, what is your map for the country, for the state? Although it's feeding off the federal ministry's strategy, but you have to localize it, and you have to also find out what the pilot areas would be. How can all these experts donate their time, and where can we also feed into the work in terms of what can Leap Africa do, for example, as within the strategy that the state has, because we cannot just be exercising our mission without really linking it to a state government or federal government agenda, or even a regional agenda or global agenda, because that's how we work. And for example, when we go to the Federal Ministry of Youth, of course the minister has a very grandiose idea around what the young people should be doing and what their aspirations are and what they need. And this is also where Leap Africa comes in. We come into this as a think tank. We are involved in the national policy process, where the last one has phased out the 5-year plan, and right now the doors are closing in on the process to create a new roadmap for the Nigerian youth, a policy that guides how young people in Nigeria will be engaged, will be catered for, would be resourced, and so on and so forth. That is an example of how we are working with the Federal Ministry of Youth, at that level.
What is it, if we look at the plan, the content of the intervention, at the end of it, what do you expect to see?
Personally, and I also speak for the organization, I think a well-resourced young person who has come into their own and have sufficient agency to act as a citizen is an outcome. And that means a lot of things. A young person's agitation is, what am I going to eat? Who am I going to become? How am I going to get there? What do I need to get there? These are the questions on their minds. And so when you lump up all these strategies and documents and policies, it must answer all these 4 questions. So what are the mechanisms for which young people are being resourced today in the country or even on the continent? And what are the pathways for which they can get there on their own, or do they need to, for the lack of a good word, get authorized to get there? Or is it democratized enough for them to be able to navigate the world and situations and policies and countries and counties and get there on their own? Because if you still have all these blockers and barriers, it's going to be very impossible for a young person to really exercise their agency. And what is their agency? They need to know what that is. Because when you come to a certain age, you need to understand that you're an adult. What does it mean to be an adult in Nigeria? What does it mean to be an adult in another African country? Is this the one that you're still dependent, or you're contributing to the livelihood? And if you are contributing to the livelihood of your home, is it forced, or is it the one that's happened to you? When I say forced, we find that some of the students in our public secondary schools, they're breadwinners, or they support their families because they are low income. By the way, all our interventions, most of them, about 80%, target low income communities or families. Therefore, you will find that some of these students are income earners, and we also know that they are not going to leave the secondary school walls for higher education. Not all of them. Some of them would have to go on and just figure out life. And so our preparation and our demand for whatever footprint the government is putting together is to ensure that socio-economic transitions happen even at an early onset.
So you train the teachers, then you train trainers of trainers. But what you train them is how to infuse these ideas and the content that you speak of. There are two questions. One, what is the threshold you need to get to understand that you have an adequate number of trainers who can actually achieve the goal that you have? And where are you on that stage? Are you at 10%, 20%, 30%?
That's a very good question. I'm trying to remember the first question now. The first question is on
training of trainers.
Training of trainers, and no. There was a question in there that was very explicit.
Yes. There was a question in there. My first question was, how will you know? What is this thing that you will look at and know that we have achieved what we wanted? Now I've asked that question, and now I'm going back to the basics so that we can go back again to what I asked.
Okay.
And that's why I've asked of the trainers. There's a threshold that you've envisioned as being the number that would be ideal in an ideal situation to be able to inculcate what it is you want so that you can achieve the goal.
Right.
And I'm asking, where are you at? 10%, 20%, 30%? Where are you?
Good question. So the threshold is that we would love the ideal scenario. We would love for every teacher in the classroom. And the ideal would be that for every teacher in the classroom, they have undergone a leadership, self-mentorship training beyond the conventional teacher training. That is the ideal. And how do we know that's happened, or how do we know it's happening? The format we use and have deployed is that we cannot reach every teacher. However, the teacher can reach other teachers, and we've seen that happening as well. So you train a teacher, they train other teachers. Even when they leave that school, the lessons remain with them, and they serve as mentors and models to other teachers as well. We haven't tracked that, to answer your question, to say how well is this happening. And this is why we have impact assessment and studies, because we will not claim what is not as ours without fully tracking and measuring it. That is it. Now, where are we in terms of percentage? If we need 100%, realistically, I think I would say 10%. 10% because our model is also a very lean model. We do not work with large numbers, but our scale-up strategy now from 2026 going forward allows us to now work with more teachers coming into that fold.
Okay. The question I asked about the Ministry of Education had to do with what teaching curriculums have and the content therein.
Love it.
Because to bring about the change you speak of, it has to fit into an existing curriculum.
That's right.
How does it fit into an existing curriculum?
So when you come into a state like Lagos, it's very saturated with lots of interventions that are also asking to put on curriculums into the subjects that they already offer in the classrooms. So we come back to the idea of civic education now. In some schools, this has become acceptable, but it's not nationwide yet. The efforts that non-profits and ourselves as Leap Africa is pushing for is, can there be an uptake of this curriculum in all secondary schools? It's not happening yet because you have all these bodies, the research body that needs to go through the curriculum and say, which of the curriculum are we going to standardize? However, in Lagos State, they have their own curriculum that they are standardizing. However, it's also not fulfilling the full criteria. So in my own understanding of the question you're asking, I believe one of the ways in which we can really acquire that utopia is for us to have that one curriculum, not the one that Leap Africa has or the one that is the ministry is implementing on its own, but one that everybody fits into and is available in all institutions or in all secondary schools, for example. I think that is the way forward. And I think it should be starting early on, because when we meet these people later on at the universities, where we are also engaging with a similar content, however, with different contexts, the information would have come in handy or be more useful if it had happened earlier on in their life, talking about civic education or leadership and life skills, because they need it from that age on. By 18, when they're graduating, they are facing a different ball game of issues.
As far as civic education is concerned, what are some of the milestones you've achieved specifically here in Kenya?
In Kenya, we have the program called the Youth Day of Service. And that is an annual campaign that we roll out every year. We've done that for 5 years now. The idea behind that campaign is to promote the Sustainable Development Goals as we are racing towards 2030. You know, it was very urgent 5 years ago when we started the idea. And to get us there, we realized that more young people were not involved in the process. Year in, year out, development partners, corporates were talking about 2030 agenda and all the goals within it. And when we did a couple of tests and assessments, young people also did not understand what they could do to get involved in the process of it. And so under the auspice of the Youth Day of Service is how we are working in Kenya. And not just in Kenya, but about 40 African countries since the inception that we started it. Yes. The model is we put out a generic call for application. Volunteers who want to become project leads within a site or location in Kenya, in the counties, come into our platform and applied and put in a proposal on what they think is necessary or would be good to have as an intervention within that grassroots community. But beyond the fact that we are calling on young people on their own, we have two ways we are doing other things. We are working through regional partners. Someone like a Child Fund International, for example, they have presence in 9 African countries. They are a partner on that project. And they go into the counties in Kenya and disseminate the same project. And it's very interesting that most of the projects that are coming out of Kenya really are within the climate and environment, where they are saying that we need more trees to be planted. We need to start thinking about credits. We need to start thinking about...
you mean carbon credits?
Carbon credits. We haven't matured to that stage. But the first level is, can we even plant trees to even balance the biodiversity of an environment? Can we even start reclaiming an area with renewable and recycle and circular economy within that space? So now people are making product for sale from scraps. From generic scraps, from useful scraps and whatnot. And some of them are now coming to an alliance and coming into a project that they even want to take further. So beyond our own seed funding, they are even now growing bigger. And year in, year out, we are seeing how these projects are also increasing through the youth groups, through the regional partners that we're working with, and through individuals and organizations who are also working, because the other level of work that we're doing in Nairobi is for corporates to also be involved in the process of it, where they are saying, as Radio Generation, on this particular day, we are going to create a change project that will serve maybe this environment, or even environments that really require one particular intervention or another. So that is to the level that our grassroots community work is going in Nairobi and Kenya.
Is that what you're also doing in the other 39 countries?
Yes, that is one thing that we are doing in other 39 countries.
Okay. What are some of the challenges you faced as far as that? And by the way, are those challenges unique to every country, or again, are they something that is across board? So challenges will also be the language barrier. You know, we are Anglophone, but even then our accents can get in the way. But the idea on paper is always the same in manifesting itself. And so when it comes down to the implementation of what you understand to be happening, you find that there's a little bit of expectations versus reality. But that is not a big challenge in the real sense of it. What we find is a big challenge is that more people want to come into the projects that we are running, or initiatives and interventions that we're designing, but not able to, because we cannot accommodate all of that. It requires funding. You have this great idea, you have this proposal,
and our funding is very limited, very limited, I must say. Imagine that we have about maybe 300 projects being submitted, and each one asking for a minimum of $500. I'm using that as an example.
Yes.
Obviously, we can't finance the entire 300. And so how do we make a decision on which to finance, and those that will have to now self-fund or self-finance the idea using our goodwill or connections or relationships? So I think the demand outweighs what is available is a challenge that we have. I think the other challenge would be that the getting more partners on board is another challenge. And I don't think it's a challenge per se, because the strategy we've deployed, because for every challenge there is a solution. The strategy we've deployed is we work with those people who have networks in all these other countries. So if one partner can reach 10 or 5, you are an ideal partner. That's an ideal partner for us, so that we are not overstretching the resources and not trying to navigate that. But we'd love to have more partners so that this can even go bigger and farther, and also for them to have their own investment. So comes to the like the third, the kind of partners that we are looking for are those who are able to do counterpart funding, those who have missions similar to the objectives that we are pushing for, and saying that we already have an idea. Leap Africa does, the idea, and then the organization says, based on one or two things that we have as our mission or focal points, maybe we can also introduce this much or this little into the project, and then that way the impact is larger. I think those are on that project, that would be some of the challenges that we've seen, but so far it's been great, because every country that we've been to, every country that this has gone to, the thing is, how much more can we be doing here?
When I look at a country like Kenya, and then I just remember what happened in 2024 as far as the June 25th protests are concerned. How has that changed how perhaps you do things, especially in this part of the country, this part of the continent, considering Tanzania also had a similar situation just a couple of months ago? Has that changed how you look at civic education, especially in this side of the Sahara?
If anything has changed, is basically the urgency, because we have a fund, the Nigerian Youth Futures Fund in Nigeria. It's been known for 5 years.
Yes.
And what we are doing with that project, I'm coming to your question, by the way.
Right.
What we're doing with that project is, beyond the fact that there is a program for the undergrads, we are focusing our attention on grassroots communities. Every year, the fund disburses a certain amount, like 50% of the fund, to grassroots organizations who are working in governance, civil society, basically working in civic tech, basically working towards sustaining democracy. And some of those people also have agenda for the civic education as well. So beyond the fact that we have our own core active citizenship curriculum that we deploy, there are many organizations that are using different means, tools and methods and methodologies to achieve the same civic education, because there is miseducation at the grassroots level. There is so much that can be done and galvanized at the grassroots level. So there's that project that we have going on. I can speak to that again, but to the question as to how are we responding, is the reason we are trying to expand into this region. Now, the funding is only for Nigeria.
Yes.
How can we replicate a success like that if we do not have resources to move into Nairobi? So whilst we are trying and resourcing partners and having conversations with those organizations who already have their attentions and sight sets on East Africa and SA and all the other regions, what we're doing is to find a shortcut, which is which of our curriculum can be open and accessed by those who are based here in East Africa.
Right.
And that is why we are coming out here as we are expanding operationally, to see which of this curriculum can be open, how can we make it available. However, another thing that we're doing is our stakeholder engagement. Our track record from Nigeria and the work that we've done also is in creating movements around civic education, civic participation, youth engagement, and such. And so coming out here, we're trying to build an ecosystem. We want to work with the youth actors, youth influencers, youth agencies, youth institutions in East Africa, particularly as we come out into Nairobi in Kenya, to find out the ecosystem. How can we plug and how can we activate it towards achieving the same kind of success that we are seeing with the fund that we have in Nigeria? And so that there is that urgency for us, and there is the urgency for us to now set up a rich ecosystem that we are still working towards. And it's gradual in getting to that point, but of course it also allows us to make a good and solid case every time we are making the case for why East Africa, why now, because we see how young people are responding and also interacting and demanding good governance here.
Are you in South Africa as well as Leap Africa?
Yes, we are. Our projects are cuts across all these big urgent countries.
The reason I'm asking is because recently there has been chaos as far as xenophobia is concerned. Has that affected or at least changed the way you deal with the young people in that country?
No, it hasn't changed because young people's agitation is the same.
Yes.
Everywhere. If you compare Senegal, if you compare Cote d'Ivoire, if you compare Ghana, the young person, the profile of the young person is the same. So if we are implementing it in a certain way in Nigeria, we believe strongly also that is the same way we would achieve the similar results in other region contextually. However, some are more endemic than others, and the demands vary ever so slightly. And this is where the contextualization and localization of our content will come in very handy. We are hoping we can get to a point where we can create contextual curricula, for essay to address some things, but there are some issues we also will not touch. When it comes down to what young people want and how are they going to achieve social economic transitions in terms of livelihoods, what is the social entrepreneurship landmark and pathways for young people, and how are young people involved and included in decision making processes towards nation building, then you would find our interventions is already moving towards that. So it's about a time game, which also we don't have, if I can be honest. Everything is becoming urgent and important now, and it's to also lean on the government. That is the last thing I'm going to say about that.
Right.
If we are going to do anything at scale anywhere in the world, the government is important, the government is necessary, and so we have to find a way to engage the government of these countries. In Nairobi, for example, we've started making that move as well in Kenya, and in East Africa, to meet with the governments of these nations to find what's happening, what is available, and what is the way in which we can also be a part of the think tank and come with some of the solutions. And it's not to say that the solutions are new or novel, but the approach and the metrics with which we can tweak a thing or two that can allow us get there faster is where we come in.
Yeah, because if I look at Kenya, has a similar governance setup such as Nigeria. So you have states, we have counties. Our counties and the national government coming into play when you're running your business or rather conducting your business here in Kenya, are they helping you achieve the success that you're after? Are you engaging them, for example, to see where they can plug in or where you can plug in?
Yes. It's impossible to be a resource for the government or federal government if the states are also not pulling at you. So, for example, in Nigeria, Enugu State, Delta State, which is also Asaba, Lagos State, Sokoto, Kano, quite a number of states are already drawing in to say, what can you do for us in this area or that area? And then what is the intervention that they're asking for? Is it to look at a leadership college? Is it to look at a leadership academy that is state-owned? That's an example of one state that is calling on us. Another is saying, can you train 6,000 teachers for us? Yes, this is another state that is asking. So for every state, they have different pressure points, and we can't really prescribe one thing unless there are many avenues. And because we work in a big variety, from education also entrepreneurship, it means that they are drawing at us to say, what can you do? What do you have? What is free and available? What can your developed partners get for us? Because some things we cannot do unless we go back to the development partners to say there is a demand here, there's an opportunity there, the numbers are widening or the gaps are widening here. Can we put together something that will answer that? The other question is, what can Leap Africa do on its own? We're at almost 24. It means that we also have our own personal investments. There are some projects that we have run and we are running fully funded by the organization because we believe in it. Because if we have to wait for every partner to fund our pilot of idea, of proposal, of concept notes,
You'll never move.
we will never move. So we have started doing that over the last 5 years to commit our own funding annually to projects that we believe has opportunities to target certain interventions and also to scale potentially. And so we do that. And then when government comes to us, this is where we pull the money from. So we're not waiting for the development partners. And we say this is how much or how little we can afford, but we can also come into a consortia to say there are 5 other organizations that can come into this. There is, for example, a partnership with the Ministry of is it Ministry of Youth?
Yeah.
To create a master's program in social work in one of the universities in Abuja, for example. There are 5 non-profits that are involved in that. Leap Africa is also, in the process of what can we do to move this along speedily. So basically saying different states are calling for different things.
Okay.
But we hope that, about 30 states can be involved in our work, or that we can be resourcing in terms of technical expertise, assistance, and the likes.
Where do you get your funding from?
Well, our funding comes from development partners, INGOs, international non-profit organizations, and some of them have been working with us for almost 20 years. Which means there's consistency in that funding, even though priorities are changing and strategies are changing. Another partner, another way our funding also comes is through philanthropic donations. We did get, a sizable donation one time, which has allowed us to also move quickly. But we also work with the local partners in Nigeria or in any country we go to. For example, the corporate sector, they're a big ally, and so for many of our programs, they also come in to say we want to push this effort. In Nairobi, for example, one of our development partners is here. They are in corporate, but they fund the Youth Day of Service I've spoken of. I don't know if I'm able to drop name or not.
You're allowed to drop names.
Okay, so Dow Chemicals. They have been our partner for the Youth Day of Service for almost 5 years now and running. I think a call is already being publicized for the 4th cycle. So these are the ways in which we mobilize funds.
I'm going to go back to a question I asked earlier on, because this young person is going to become an older person at some point.
Yes.
And their involvement in the everyday life of the community will probably increase. I am taking the view that part of the process of introducing this intervention is to get them to understand certain things that they probably haven't understood. And the thing I'm referring to specifically is the politics of the nation. Because everything that you've spoken of, if you're talking about this continent, our politics is the greatest determinant of any outcome you may think of. Question.
Correct.
How do you induct your trainees? How do you introduce the role of politics, their participation in it, and how it can bring about the change that you want?
Very well said. There are 3 outcomes for our youth leadership programs. Pathway 1 is you go into corporate. Pathway 2, you start up your own enterprise. Pathway 3, you go into social development work, or you go into public service. So we are very, very, very aware that a young person at some point in their life, directly or indirectly, must be involved in the political leadership. You must probably think about maybe public service. Take, for instance, I've been working in development for such almost 2 decades now. Was to say that in another 5 years, I'm not being approached by the government to come and work as a technocrat. So this is the thing. So you're very right to say that young people will find themselves at some point in a political scenario, public service, or become an active politician. And what we are saying to young people is the process must start with even identifying your morals. If you don't have the right morals and you join a party, then you'll be swung left and right. And if you follow the debates in Nigeria, where we are not a two-party country, but we are almost a two-party country, if you look at it in terms of the dominant party and the other one that comes in when the other one doesn't win or rule in a democratic situation. And so the programs that we have designed actually answers your question, sir. It's actually telling young people that you've got to have the right values. Ethics and integrity is going to guide and shape you, and we have some specific modules actually that point you towards service, public service, political good, social good. We already have that embedded within, I think it's about 14 to 16 curriculum that we've collapsed into maybe 12 main curriculum now that will get you there. And this is why we track 5 years, 10 years. And I can answer your question by saying there are about a minimum of 20 alumni that I know that are in public service today from our programs. And that is to say, and they credit the work they did coming into our undergraduate program, because this program started in 2004. So you can imagine those who were 18 or 20 or 22 in 2004, 2008, how old they are now. They are in public service, and they are very successful in terms of their contributions.
Do you have any who have gone into elective politics?
Myself?
No. The people, your alumni.
Yes.
Do you have any of them who've gone into elective politics?
Yes.
And how have they fared in elective politics?
It will be subjective.
Please be as subjective as you can.
It will be subjective. I know of one House of Rep alumni. He's been elected by the people. Because he even corrected me the other day when I was saying that, oh, by the way, there is this fellowship that you should be a part of, blah, blah, blah. And he says to me, okay, then I made a mention that the governor probably, you're scared. And he says, no, I've been elected by the people of so state. I don't want to mention the name because, again, I don't know.
It is all right. You don't have to mention the name.
And he did say that I can make a determination, but I get it. I'll get the right criteria to be able to get into, get the right approval to be able to get into the fellowship. What am I saying here? The answer to your question is, every time I've engaged with this particular House of Rep member, first is young because he's under 45. At the forefront for him is young people's representation, is young people's benefits within the policies that are being passed in that house, and how this is translating at the state. Is tracking the effort, is holding his government and governor accountable because he's representing them at that level. And so again, some of these things will take maybe 4 years for us to begin to see the dividend. But the good thing is, you're shaking your head, the good thing is they're in the room, they're asking the right questions, and they're also asking for resources to go towards the agenda and the strategy that they are a part of, and they are pushing and supporting, whether it's in education, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in technology, and so on and so forth.
Why I was shaking my head is not because of what you were saying. Mm-hmm. I was shaking my head because I was thinking, my mind was...
Continue.
Don't worry.
We're still on.
We're still on. I should have framed my question differently.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was shaking my head. It was an internal self-assessment.
Okay.
You see, sometimes you don't have to be in elective politics to be influential.
Yes.
If you're in public service and you work with the politicians, you may actually get you may achieve a great deal more, because you are actually at the table where these things are actually discussed.
Yes.
When you're in active politics, you generate a completely different kind of energy. You will make friends and enemies in similar measure. Mm-hmm. In public service, that is difficult to do, because you're seen as somebody who is working for the common good.
Yes.
Yes. That is why I was shaking my head.
Got it. To answer your question again in another light, the project I spoke of that allows us to work with community, civic, tech, civil society organizations around the country already also does a bit of that. We have the people called the Imaginative Futures Working Group. There are about 250 or almost 300 in total since the project started. There are a minimum of 3 of them per state. What are they doing? They are already there are already people who are involved in nation building process. They are already working towards political participation. They are the voice of reason. They are youth ambassadors that are already saying, or in one way or another, are working with agencies that can have that right of influence on processes, on policies that can determine and shape not just how young people are perceived or how they are participating, but must be included in the process. If I come back to another big but better example of what I'm trying to say, the national youth policy that I speak of, the government is going from region to region. They've gone to 6 regions, and they meet with about 50 from, let's say, Southwest that have come from 5 cities, and we are part of that, to look at fashioning not just a document or let's say a document. They say it's document because whether it's a strategy or a process, the work post that engagement is even more powerful. The work is to now continue to interrogate and engage with the government and the ministry to say, this strategy, where are we? How are we going to measure it, and what is the way forward for us? So it's important that not only are they thinking about when they are consulted, because they will be consulted, they've been consulted, and they must be prepared to be able to make the right decision or give the right reasoning in the room, but also what is their level of influence outside of those big rooms and the seats at the table, at the community level, and the networks that they are reaching, because each of them also, like I said, they are ambassadors of one big agenda or another based on their own work or their affiliation. So it's important that that is happening through that fund, and then the education that is happening actively through the structured program that we are doing, and also the coalitions that we are forming. The last one is the governance bit of our work. This is pan-Nigerian. This is Africa Now. We belong to a consortium of 5 organizations. So ALA in South Africa, Ellen Sirleaf Johnson Center in Liberia, the Emerging Leaders the Emerging Public Leaders covering 5 countries, and 2 other organizations like that. Right. The governance consortium is doing something similar to the things I've already said here already. We are trying to also mobilize in our particular regions more young people that are already activists within our countries to bring together a regional roadmap, a regional plan that is also going to work from country to country, and also one that can be exported into another country. So what is working in Nigeria that we can use in Liberia, or what is working in Liberia that we can use in Nigeria?
Public, as far as their civil duty is concerned,
is the second. But you can't do the second without the first.
Okay.
If you would have more civically aware, involved.
You know, there are those who would stop at the first one. Like, we've done our duty, we've educated these folks, now we leave it to them.
They must be involved. From age 18, you must be able to understand that you cannot just sit idle and play games and TikTok away and look at your phone and do dance challenges, because your life is at stake. Like you said, everything starts with the political democratic power at will, and if you are dancing away your future, then you really cannot complain when things are not going right. But then again, they have other means of getting to where they want to go to. And so the goal is for us to have civically engaged citizens who are also mobilized towards ethical, social good that serves all. It cannot be for your tribe, it cannot be for your language or your ethnicity, but one that is equitable and fair and just and right.
All right. Thank you so much, Kahinde. This is where we come to a close. As far as our conversation today is concerned, perhaps we shall have more of these engagements in the future.
Yes.
All
Thank you
right.
so much for having me.
Karibu sana. We're going to be taking that break until tomorrow, same time, at exactly 6 in the a.m. City, why don't you tell these active citizens kwaheri?
Kwaherini.
All right.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.